Happy Tuesday, everybody. The Gatemen are back in action after an off day yesterday as we welcome you into the Gateman pregame show with Josh Richardson. I'm Cory Miller. Well, the Gatemen got off the snipe on Sunday, a 16-9 win over Kettleers. Just what the doctor ordered for Wareham. They snapped that 5-game skid to open July, thanks in large part to that offense. A season-high 16 runs.
Yeah, I mean, you said it, Cory. 16 runs. It was incredible what the Gatemen were able to produce on offense. 9 runs in the first 2 innings. Now you have to keep those bats hot, right? Last week, the issue, you get a 6-4 win last Sunday against Orleans, then the off day, and then 5 straight losses to open the month of July. Carry that momentum over through the off day and keep them hot today.
Well, the offense certainly did its part, those 16 runs, 15 hits, but the pitching struggled a little bit, kind of let Kettleers back in the game a little bit. They posted 9 runs. Obviously, when you score 16, may not matter, but something to maybe improve upon moving forward.
Well, for a while, it was only 3 runs, and then just trying to get that last out in the 7th inning. Hudson Rowan was left out there, bases loaded, just 1 out to go before a potential mercy rule. He gives up the grand slam. So while 9 runs were allowed, it doesn't really seem that way when you look at the entire course of the game. Cooper Coniglio had a really nice start, 4 2/3, just 2 earned runs. Now keep that pitching momentum going, because that was something the Gatemen struggled with during this losing streak.
Well, speaking of Cooper Coniglio, he's standing by with our Rayna Maggelet.
Rayna Maggelet joins alongside Wareham Gatemen left-handed pitcher Cooper Coniglio. So Cooper, you started in our last game here at home. You had 4 2/3 innings pitched, and you had a pretty solid start. And your Gatemen on the offensive side, they put up 9 runs in the first 2 innings. How did maintaining that lead really give you some relaxation and really focus on what you're doing on the mound?
Yeah, it's always beneficial for the pitcher when the offense comes out blazing like that. Yeah. And it allows you to just relax a little bit, pitch to contact a little more, not too worried about the result. Just if you get in the zone, let the defense work.
Yeah. So you guys are coming off of an off day and a really big win the other day. How are you guys going into tonight's game?
Vibes are high today. Everyone's in a good mood, it seems like. So we're just hoping to carry that energy into our game tonight.
Speaking of the vibes are high, the vibes are really high in the dugout the other day. We brought this new, what was it, like triangle musical
like a triangle,
thing?
Yeah.
And I saw you ringing it quite a lot. So what would you say the vibe was in the dugout with that new thing? We have it again today. So what do you think the vibes are like up there?
I'm not going to lie. I didn't even know that we had it until we scored that first run because I was pitching. So every time we scored a run, Hudson Rowan was ringing it. Yeah. So then when I came out of the game, he went in. So I started ringing it and just passed the chain along.
There you go. I want to say it's our good luck charm. You agree?
I would say so for now.
Yeah. Fingers crossed. Well, thank you so much.
Rayna, thank you. The Gatemen take on the Brewster Whitecaps. We'll see you all on Cape League TV or YouTube for a 6 o'clock first pitch. The Whitecaps and the Gatemen just about set for the first contest between these two squads here at Spillane Field. The Gatemen took the last contest over in Brewster 2-1. Wareham, as we talked about, Josh, snapped that 5-game skid against Kettleers on Sunday. 16-9 they took that, hoping now to build off of some of that momentum and maybe start a winning streak of their own.
I mean, we mentioned it in the open, Cory. Most runs this season for the Gatemen in a single game. So just keep building on that. Keep the bats hot, but on the other side, you need your pitching to really bear down. You can't give up 9 runs and expect to win a whole lot of the time. So keep that, 3, 4, 5, right around that league average of where a lot of these teams have been at, and you give yourself a much better chance.
We talked about how the pitching not necessarily has been a strong suit for the Gatemen, especially lately. A 6.61 team ERA. That's 9th so far in the month of July. Hoping to reverse that trend after allowing 9 runs on Sunday. The man hoping they can turn to kind of end that pitching struggle, the righty Jordan Stevens out of Georgia.
Yeah, and Stevens started his year really, really solid and productive. His first 4 2/3 innings, just 1 hit and 1 run, and it wasn't even earned. And he struck out 5 guys and walked just 2. Since then, his 2 appearances against Orleans and Chatham, he's gone 4 1/3 and given up 8 earned runs, 10 total. So it's really been tricky for him to, keep his season going positive, but a great bounce-back opportunity here against Brewster, who Wareham held to just 1 run last time out.
This will be Stevens' first start of the summer. Didn't start in any games this past spring, and 18 total appearances for the Whitecaps. The lineup he will be facing from Brewster one that's been pretty productive as of late, 10 runs just the other night. It starts with Brendan Lawson, who has an OPS over 1,300. He leads things off, the third baseman. Cal Fisher batting second at shortstop. Alex Sosa bats third, the catcher. Cleaning up in right field, Ryan Martin. Dalton Wentz bats fifth in left field. Colton Coates, the DH, hits sixth. Batting seventh, the second baseman, Carson Kurse. Batting eighth, Colin Priest at first base. And Adam Magpok, the center fielder, rounds things out for the Whitecaps.
Yeah, and a couple of these guys for Brewster have, been at the very start of their season this summer. Lawson's only played 6 games. Fisher and Coates have only played 7. Martin's only at 5. So when you look at that, those guys, haven't had a whole lot of experiences, but their bats are red hot. You mentioned Lawson's OPS. Ryan Martin's OPS is just about 1,200 as well. So these guys have been raking pretty early on in their Cape League season. Now it'll be up to Stevens to try and stop them.
And on the flip side, when we think about defense for the Gatemen, a team that obviously made those 7 errors Saturday at Falmouth but bounced back against Cotuit. In the outfield, we start with Clark, Richie, Turner. That's from left to right. Gargett, Shane, Randall, McHugh along the infield, third to first. And Hunter Carnes is behind the plate doing the catching for Jordan Stevens.
A little different than it was the last time out back on Sunday against Cotuit. Colin Ritchie shifts into center. Levi Clark was at first, now moves over into left field. McHugh designated hitting, now he's over at first. But that middle infield, that's the key. Those two guys, Shane and Randall, have been locked down defensively over these last few games. Really anything that's been hit in their direction, they've been able to make the putouts.
Brandon Lawson, the third baseman, out of Florida, digs into the box, facing Stevens. Righty on lefty matchup. Stevens' first pitch is a called strike one, and we're officially underway here tonight at Spillane Field. Alongside Josh Richardson, I'm Cory Miller. Thanks for tuning in on Cape League TV. Second meeting of the summer between these two squads. Stevens into the wind, and his second pitch of the night. Again, right at the knees, called strike two. Brewster at 10-8-1 in the East. Wareham at 7-12 off of that big win over Cotuit. Brewster third place in the East. Wareham bottom in the West Division, but hoping to climb with a couple wins, building off of Sunday's game. An 0-2 pitch from Stevens. Swing and a miss. Blew a high heater by Lawson. 3 pitches, 3 strikes. Strong start for Jordan Stevens.
Yeah, and 3 straight fastballs, 97, 98, 98. So Stevens is really working at the top of his velocity range early. As a guy that's, come out of the bullpen so used to having, a lot of adrenaline and just being ready to go from the jump, it'll be interesting to see how he kind of settles in and what kind of role Ryan Smythe uses him in as a starter here.
Cal Fisher cutting a miss. Fisher out of FSU, 292, a homer and 5 RBIs for the shortstop so far this summer. And that's an interesting question because we've seen the Gatemen use guys who have mostly pitched out of the bullpen this spring and have done so this summer. You think back to Josh Butler against Falmouth on Saturday. He made his first start of the summer. 0-1 pitch. Pop fly, shallow right field. Turner able to track it down, gets under it. Soft contact, and 2 quickly retired to begin the game.
Turner's another guy in a different defensive position than he was in on Sunday. He was playing at the hot corner. That's filled by Gargett, so he moves back over into right field. Another one of those Swiss Army knives at Smythe's disposal. And for a guy that's been swinging a pretty hot bat lately, Cory, you got to keep him in the lineup somewhere.
And certainly easy to do when he's capable of playing so many different positions. Alex Sosa, the catcher, 229, a homer and 10 RBIs, steps up to the plate. 2 quickly retired by Jordan Stevens as that first pitch is floated out of play. Season high in innings pitched for Stevens down at Georgia was 3. Again, that was in relief. We've seen some relievers for the Gatemen kind of build up into that starter role, transitioning from the bullpen to, at the very least, a spot starter, as it's quickly 0-2 on Alex Sosa.
That's a changeup at 92, so that off speed when you already have the fastball at that high of a velocity, it's just a filthy pitch.
0-2 from Stevens. Sosa fouls it away.
99. for Jordan Stevens.
He's come out firing. I mean, 92, that's a fastball for most people.
Triple-digit watch at some point today? That'd be pretty cool.
He's pretty close. No one on, 2 outs. Just underway here in the first. 0-2 from Stevens, way inside. And it's 1-2 on Sosa.
You mentioned the home run that Sosa has. It came against Hyannis over the weekend. Last game played for Brewster. Went 2 for 5, had a couple RBIs. He's hitting pretty well despite his average, at least lately.
It was kind of an interesting weekend for the Whitecaps. 1-1. 1-2 pitch. Floated down the left field line. That'll drift out of play. A 10-4 win over Hyannis for the Whitecaps on Sunday, but the game before that was that 19-3 loss to Kettleers, in which was shortened because of the mercy rule. Kettleers put up 19 runs against the Whitecaps, so kind of on either end of 2 high-scoring sort of blowout games. Stevens again, another 1-2 pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. Went with a breaking ball, sets down Sosa. 3 up, 3 down for the Georgia righty, including 2 strikeouts to begin this one. After the top of the first, it's the Whitecaps 0 and the Gatemen coming to bat on Cape League TV.
Wareham-based AD Makepeace Company, founded in 1854, is North America's largest cranberry grower and recognized leader in environmentally responsible real estate development and land stewardship. For 171 years, AD Makepeace Company has supported community events and organizations like your Wareham Gatemen. Visit admakepeace.com to learn more.
Cape Cod 5 is proud to be the official banking partner of the Cape Cod Baseball League. Cape Cod 5 offers a broad range of financial products and services tailored for every stage in your financial journey. Reach out to us. We're here to help.
For a good piece of glass, call Abby, located at 3 Tyler Ave in East Wareham. Call Abby Glass and Locks about getting a free quote for your windows, doors, locks, and other glass needs.
Here at the Mass State Lottery, we know there's no bigger win than the $1 billion we provide each year to support all 351 cities and towns in Massachusetts. Now that's how we all win. The Mass State Lottery. Welcome to the state of winning.
20% off your purchase.
Jordan Stevens, the shutdown inning for the Gatemen in the top of the first. Wareham looking to carry over the hot bats from Sunday's game against Kettleers. Try to do so against the lefty out of Duke, Owen Prooks, on the mound for the Whitecaps.
Prooks has been doing pretty well this season in 2 starts, 2 appearances, 4.05 ERA. Just under 7 innings pitched, so hasn't gone very long in either of his appearances. Last one was 3 1/3 against Orleans, 2 hits, 3 strikeouts. The good news for the Gatemen, a lot of righties in their lineup today, so trying to take advantage of that platoon.
When we look at that Gateman lineup, Braden Randall, not really surprised to see him in the leadoff spot. Clark and Carnes to follow. They've been swinging some red-hot bats, especially Hunter Carnes. The rest of the lineup, Chris McHugh bats 4th. Colby Turner, 3 home runs in the past few games. He's behind him at 5th. Colin Ritchie 6th. Caden McDonald, the DH, bats 7th. Batting 3rd, playing third base is Kai Scargett. Van Shane rounds things out, hitting 9th. As we look at the Whitecaps defense on the other side, Wentz, Magpok, Martin from left to right, Lawson, Fisher, Curse, Priest along the infield 3rd to 1st, and Sosa behind the plate doing the catching.
There's a lot to like in this Gateman lineup, especially, going back over the last few games. Team that's 3rd in runs scored this season across all of Cape Cod.
Randall into the batter's box, lefty on lefty matchup. Brooks ready. First pitch in the bottom of the first. Just misses the outside corner, 1-0. And that's the thing about this Gateman offense. You think back to the first few games of the season where this team was just struggling offensively, kind of all around. They are up to 3rd in the league in runs scored. 1-0 pitch to Randall stays high. I mean, over the past 15 games, they're at the top of the league in hits and runs.
The last couple of games have offensively been really well. It's been the pitching that's been the struggle, whereas at the beginning of the season it was completely flip-flopped.
Randall connects, fly ball, Deep into center field, hustling back is Magpok. It's off the wall, and it caroms away. Randall's off to the races. He's digging for third, and he's in there with the leadoff triple in the bottom of the first.
Beautiful hit from Braden Randall. He's not a guy that's going to showcase a whole lot of pop, but, I mean, he got all of that one there and gave that a long ride into center field. Magpok with a little bit of a stumble there, trying to field the ball. Helped Randall reach third. First run just 90 feet away for Wareham.
Already the offense seems to have carried over. It's just one batter, but no surprise that Braden Randall is producing at the top of the order. 291. He scored 9 runs. Was a productive player in that win over Cotuit. Levi Clark with a runner 90 feet away takes a called strike one from Brooks. Randall was 3 for 6 with an RBI in the win over Cotuit. And when he's in the lineup, there's really never a doubt that he's going to be anchoring that top spot. Levi Clark had an RBI in that win over Cotuit, up to 5 on the summer, 309, 3 homers, 5 RBIs.
Yeah, I mean, and this is Randall's 16th game of the season. He has hits in now 12 of them.
1-1 to Clark. Ripped into left field. It's down for a base hit. Randall trots home from third, an RBI single for Levi Clark. And just like that, the Gatemen grab a 1-0 lead.
Nice hit from Clark. He's somebody that loves to capitalize with runners in scoring position. Now you can see Randall talking to Hunter Carnes about something that they might be seeing off of Prooks. Just a nice hit from Clark. Drilled that over to his pull side. And that's the advantage that you get when you have righty on lefty. Have a lot more fluid of a swing. Can see the ball a little bit better, too.
Carnes takes a called strike one. If there's anyone swinging a hot bat for the Gatemen, it's Hunter Carnes, up to 400 with the average, a homer, 6 RBIs.
You could probably say that about 1 through 6 in this lineup.
Carnes now the team leader in average for the Gatemen. No surprise as he offers at that pitch, laces it into center field. It falls in front of Magpok. The Gatemen open their half of the first inning with 3 consecutive base hits. And there's 2 on for Chris McHugh now.
That's a difficult play for Magpok. Was trying to get a good read on it. Late jump. He's playing in, medium depth in center field, not that far out. So if he got a better jump, he probably could have gotten there, but just slowed down at the end. Clark on second for Chris McHugh.
3 batters in, 3 hits for the Gatemen, off of a 15-hit, 16-run performance over Cotuit on Sunday. First pitch to McHugh. Takes on the outside corner for a called strike one. McHugh doubled in that win over Cotuit. A game in which the Gatemen brought out the triangle, the good luck triangle. They would tap it every time they scored a run, and it certainly worked out. Something for them to rally behind. A 1 pitch to McHugh's low. And they've obviously carried over that tradition here today, hoping it can continue to spur the offense. You see it right there, hanging from the top of the dugout. Colby Turner was the one who initially found it on the John Deere tractor. The team hung it up. Ryan Smythe said they wanted something to rally behind, and the team performed, but maybe a little bit of good luck behind them with that triangle. 1-1 to McHugh, low and inside.
How about that, finding it in a John Deere tractor?
Of all places.
Yeah. I mean, it's pretty hard to just come up with, hey guys, let's buy a triangle and we're going to hit it every time we score a run. Finding it probably a lot more convenient.
As it's now 3-1 on Chris McHugh, Colby Turner waiting on deck. And we talked about on Sunday some of the things that pro teams have rallied behind. It's always can be a variety of different things, but the uniqueness of, as you said, finding that on a John Deere tractor, using it, and it certainly has paid off. 3-1 to McHugh. Taking all the way, takes a called strike two.
Well, that's the fun part about it, right? I mean, anybody can do any number of things, but when you find something that's, unique to the team and can make the whole squad feel a lot more connected, it's big. It's important.
Full count pitch, ripped into left field. It's through for a base hit. Stop sign applied to Clark at third. Gateman plays station to station. The bases are now loaded for Colby Turner.
This is 4 straight hits for the Gatemen. A triple and 3 singles. You mentioned it's station to station, and now you have the bases loaded for Colby Turner.
Who else would you rather have up in this situation?
Barry Bonds, maybe? I mean,
the way Turner's been swinging it, 2 homers, 7 RBIs against Katuitt. The past 3 games, Turner is hitting .667 with 3 home runs and 8 RBIs.
well, how about the last 4 games? He's 9 of 15. 4-game hit streak he's on. He's just seeing the ball well. That's something that Ryan Smythe liked to talk about. And Turner was somebody that struggled pretty early on in this season. He had a really nice opening weekend, then fell into a bit of a slump. Smythe said, seeing the ups and downs, it shows his maturity. This league can be pretty difficult to a lot of players when they get into a slump, but he's really broken out of it. This last week, even during the losing streak, just such a bright spot for this Gateman team.
Pitching coach Brian Del Rosso out to talk things over with Prooks. Smythe talked about just the maturity of kind of knowing what this Cape League can do for players, 2 players, and credited Turner from going from that rough stretch, almost majority of this first half of the season, to now all of a sudden turning things around. And Smythe is hopeful that they can continue to ride Turner's hot bat. And he's in a huge situation here with the bases loaded, nobody out. Corners in for the Whitecaps, already run in for the Gatemen. First pitch to Turner. High fly ball into right field. Coming in is Martin. Settles under it, makes the catch. Clark will tag, trying to score from third. Play at the plate, not in time. The Whitecaps finally get the first out of the inning, but a sac fly from Colby Turner makes it 2-0 Gateman.
And that's the thing, Cory. Colby Turner doesn't need to keep up 9 of 15 over his last 4 games. No one expects that of him. That is completely, unrealistic to think that, anybody could do that, especially in this league against the caliber of pitching that every team has. But productive outs like that, no one will complain about a sac fly to plate the second run of the game.
And now Carnes is 90 feet away for Colin Ritchie. Had a home run against Katuitt, his first of the summer. Just a bomb to right center field. They say he went around at that first pitch, 0-1.
435 feet into right center. Just an absolute moonshot for Ritchie.
And just like Turner, we talked about on Sunday how he'd been struggling this summer, but maybe finally has found his swing as well. In on the hands, a little cue ball to the left side of the infield. Easy play for Lawson over there. There is that unproductive out. No advance from the runners, and now there's 2 away. So now it's McDonald back to the platoon advantage for the Gatemen with the lefty on righty. Prooks 2 straight outs after the Gatemen opened the home half of the first with 4 consecutive hits. The triple by Randall, Clark, Carnes, and McHugh, all base hits. Wasting no time attacking the southpaw. Getting out of Duke, currently in the portal. McDonald at 269. Takes a breaking ball in for a called strike 1. A homer and 4 RBIs for the Gator DH and Caden McDonald. Carnes at third, McHugh on at first. McHugh gets back standing. This Gateman offense, the way they've been playing, obviously Sunday kind of highlighted it, but past 15 games stretch or so, they're arguably the best offense across this Cape League, way high and outside.
But that's the thing, right? The bats started off slow. The pitching was really, really good. Then the bats start to get hot. Slowly but surely, the pitching starts to regress from where it was those first few games of the season. If everything can click, this team is really tough to beat.
1-1. McDonald able to lay off a fastball upstairs, and it's 2-1. Yeah, you look at the home runs. Early in the season, the Gatemen couldn't buy a home run. Now they're second in the league with 15. Tied for third in hits, fifth in average. Chance for more here. Hitters count to McDonald, 2-1. Called strike, top of the zone, and it's 2-2. And it's certainly a welcome sight to see the Gatemen didn't get all those runs out of their system against Katuitt. Have already started with 2 here in the bottom of the first.
They've still got a chance for more. I mean, that's important. You said it on Sunday, complacency kills. It's good to see them get out in front early here again.
McDonald waiting on a 2-2. McHugh takes off. Pitch misses high. A pump from Sosa, no throw. And now McHugh joins Carnes in scoring position.
That's big. With 2 outs, runners will be going on the crack of the bat. If McDonald can deliver something into the outfield, should score 2. Double the lead.
3-2 on McDonald. If he can continue the inning, Gargett on deck. Full count pitch. Breaking ball dips low and inside. McDonald works the walk to reload the bases, this time for Caius Gargett. Caius at 270, a homer and 7 RBIs. Chance for more here in the first.
Gargett watched from the dugout in the contest against Katuitt. But he had a pretty nice week as well. That home run came against Orleans just over a week ago.
First pitch he sees sails way outside. We heard the ringing of the triangle and the sac fly by Colby Turner. Gateman trying to ring it a few more times. Add on here in the first. Already 2 runs in. Brooks' pitch. Breaking ball and a good one at the knees for a called strike 1.
You think they'll bring the triangle with them for all the road games?
That's a good question.
Because it's hanging up. You know, I don't know how well it's tied. And
it did fall down in pregame during some of the warm-ups today, but they hung it back up. 1-1, skips past Sosa. Carnes is caught, slams on the brakes, and he's in a rundown. A flip to Lawson, who will catch up, tag Carnes for out number 3. So Brooks and the Whitecaps escape some more trouble on that wild pitch, but not before 2 come in to start this one for the Gatemen. Randall and Clark cross the plate. They're up by 2 early. We played an inning here at Spillane Field. 2-0 Wareham on Cape League TV.
Here at the Mass State Lottery, we're known for our monster wins. But there's no bigger win than the $1 billion we provide each year to support all 351 cities and towns in Massachusetts. In our game, we know that supporting local businesses and helping communities is how we all win. Because at the lottery, we're all playing for the home team. The Mass State Lottery. Welcome to the state of winning.
A+ repairs smartphones, tablets, game consoles, and computers. Get it done right the first time.
Cape Cod Central Railroad is proud to sponsor the Wareham Gatemen for the 2nd year in a row. Experience the scenic beauty of Cape Cod like never before. Journey through picturesque marshes, cranberry bogs, and dunes on our historic rail line. Whether you're savoring a 5-course gourmet dinner, enjoying a Sunday brunch with a live jazz band, or bringing the family on a narrated excursion, there's a ride for everyone. Departing from Hyannis and Buzzards Bay, visit capetrain.com to book your ride today.
The bats for the Gatemen are red hot, and they've backed up Jordan Stevens, who had a perfect first inning, 3 up, 3 down. Faces Ryan Martin, Dalton Wentz, Colton Coates to kick off the top of the second. Again with his team up 2-0.
tough break for Hunter Carnes at the end of that first inning. Pass ball got by Sosa. Just a bad read from Carnes, and that's something that's a lot different from last season. Field renovations have the backstop moved up about 10, 15 feet. Last year, he probably scores. This year, caught in a rundown. Difficult spot for him.
And you could kind of see the regret he had as he got halfway, tried to put on the brakes. The tough thing is, When the bases are loaded, really nowhere to go. Could have been more for the Gatemen, but they'll settle for 2, no doubt. And a really strong offensive and defensive first inning. Stevens back to work as it's now 1-1 on Ryan Martin. The right fielder comes in hitting .333, a homer and 5 RBIs for the Whitecaps. Velocity was certainly there for Stevens, as was location in the first. Back to work here in the second. And it's 1-2 on Ryan Martin. Team ERA of 4.69 for the Gatemen, 9th across the Cape entering play. Stevens doing his part so far to change that. Gets Martin looking, his 3rd strikeout across the first 4 batters he's faced.
85-mile-an-hour breaking ball, just nasty work from Stevens. Had punched in a few 96s, 97s, hit 99 back in the first inning. And then when you can kind of filter that in with an off-speed breaking ball as well, hitters can have some pretty bad tunnel vision after that.
First pitch now to Dalton Wentz, misses low. Wentz at .255, no homers, 9 RBIs, getting the start in left field tonight. Somewhat uncharted waters for Stevens after his freshman year at Georgia. No starts so far this summer until this game, but 4 batters in. It's early, but he's looked sharp. 3 strikeouts.
But he's extended himself a little bit over the course of this season. 3 innings against Chatham, 2 2/3 against Harwich, so he hasn't necessarily been a stranger to kind of a one-and-done relief pitcher.
Big swing and a miss. Foul tip into the glove of Carnes.
It'll be fun to see how long he ends up going in this contest. But if he can extend, 3 innings, maybe he has a really strong 3 innings and Smythe decides to bring him back out for the 4th, even if he doesn't get all the way through, it's good to know you have another starter in the chamber.
Pumping gas on the mound as it's 2-2 on Wentz. That was kind of the breaking point, it seemed like, for Josh Butler, who made his first start against Falmouth. Kind of 3 really solid innings, came back out, and then obviously some poor defense from the Gateman behind him, but that's kind of where the wheels fell off. That second, third time through the lineup. 2-2. Wentz behind on that one, and they'll do it again.
Yeah, obviously they all didn't come in the 4th inning, but 7 errors from a team, you're not going to win a whole lot of games. Every single pitcher that came in for the Gatemen against the Commodores had at least 1 unearned run charged against them.
Another 2-2 from Stevens. Another foul ball. And again, Stevens' season high this past spring at Georgia was 3 innings. That was out of the bullpen, so 3 innings certainly wouldn't be out of character for him. Third straight 2-2 pitch from him. Swing and a miss. Up to 4 Ks early on for Jordan Stevens. 5 up, 5 down to begin his outing.
Just a nasty changeup from Stevens. He's pitching real well starting off. That one just above the belt. Because it looks like a fastball, just Wentz just so far out in front of it. Difficult to try and hit that.
Colton Coates at .333, no homers, 2 RBIs. First pitch, a breaking ball that slides inside for ball 1.
It's just sugar solution. Sugar water. It keeps away the sand, please.
That one's way inside. Quickly 2-0. When you look at the ERA broken down for the Gatemen, the starter ERA sits at 4.75. The reliever ERA at 4.65. So not a kind of a large difference in terms of splits between where the struggles have occurred. Somewhat different night in, night out. A 2-0. At the knees for a called strike.
Well, the thing is, Cory, you mentioned, all the way across Cape Cod, Gatemen are second to last in terms of ERA. But outside of those top 2 in Harwich and YD, everybody's really on that lower side of things.
And Jordan Stevens has done his part to lower things for the Gatemen in terms of ERA. 6 up, 6 down, 4 strikeouts. Shane makes that play to end the second. The Gatemen lead by 2. We've played an inning and a half at Spillane Field. Catch all the action on Cape League TV.
Insurance has been servicing Wareham and the surrounding areas since 1980. Call Legacy Insurance for all your insurance needs at 508-295-1315. Legacy Insurance, your hometown agency.
Get ready for big results with our small machines. With more power, performance, comfort, and savings. They're ready for every job. And we're ready with plenty of inventory, the best support in the business, same-day parts availability, and locations across the Northeast. So you can always be ready to work. Milton Cat, always ready.
When it comes to protecting your home, car, or business, trust the team that's been covering our community for generations. For personalized coverage and service that you can count on, the choice is easy. It's Morse, of course. Visit morseins.com today.
The Gatemen started this one fast and hot. 2 runs in the bottom of the first. Jordan Stevens, 2 perfect innings. But the hitting is carried over, it seems like, Josh, from Sunday, in which they scored a season-high 16 runs.
Yeah, and when you look at it overall, Corey, we've mentioned it a little bit. Wareham third across all of Cape Cod in runs scored, and that's a large part from how they've been playing lately. Third now in hits. And when you look around, second in home runs, this team offensively has been really, really good putting bat on ball. It didn't start out that way at the beginning of the season. Since then, really, really been growing and growing. But what needs to keep growing is the on-base percentage and just overall drawing walks. This team is second to last across all of Cape Cod in walks and is second to last in on-base percentage as well. So that's kind of the next step, right? You can rely on putting bat on ball, for so long in baseball games, but if you can start to really get a couple free passes in there as well, mix them up, keep some pitchers off balance, and make them throw to you, really important for the success of this team later on in the season.
Quickly, 2-0 on Gargett. And you think about it on Sunday, the 3 home runs, the 2 from Turner, 1 from Ritchie, none of them were solo shots, and that's why they were able to go ahead so quickly and do damage, is because they had guys on base ahead of those home runs, whereas early part of the season, a lot of those home runs are solo shots, not doing as much damage.
Well, and that's the thing too, Corey. The hitting has really been there, but again, you can only rely on, making contact for so long. Baseball is a sport that's designed to have you fail, right? I mean, isn't that the saying? You can fail 7 times out of 10 and still be a Hall of Famer. If you get walks in there, your on-base percentage is obviously going to be at least a little bit higher than batting average. So if you can work walks like Gargett does right there, continue to do that in addition to having successful contact at the plate, it's going to be a really, really dangerous offensive team.
That walk to Gargett this second, given up by Pruksch. McDonald walked in the first. Gargett was at the plate with the bases loaded, but Carnes cut down in that rundown. But Gargett starts off the bottom of the second with the leadoff walk. Pruksch out for his second inning of work. Now Van Shane in the top of the order. Shane at 178, a home run, 4 RBIs. Breaking ball just misses the top of the zone for ball 1. Vance has had some nice hits so far this summer, including a home run here at Spillane Field, a triple down the right field line, but that defense recently has really set him apart. 1-0 to him. Clobbers this one, high and deep to left field. Wentz hustling back. He's tracking, and he makes the catch just in front of the wall. Gargett retreats to first, allowed out number 1 from Van Shane.
Yeah, just a little bit underneath it for Shane. It was a high pitch. He tried to turn it, go over to his pull side, and really just missed it. If he could have kept that barrel just a little bit higher up, that one's probably leaving the yard. He didn't miss it by a whole lot.
Pitch up in the zone. It kind of reminds you of that Colby Turner home run, the second. That pitch way up in the zone.
Yeah, that was at the letters on his jersey.
Braden Randall began the home half of the first with the triple, scored the game's first run. Second at bat here, lefty on lefty with the runner on at first. And 1-0 the count on Braden Randall. Gargett drew the leadoff walk, then the fly out by Shea in the 1-0 pitch. Slapped into center field. Magpok moving back, settles under it, and makes the catch for out number 2. Brings up Levi Clark. You know, obviously, as the offense has gotten into its groove, there's still some pieces that have moved around in the lineup, but that top 3 of Randall, Clark, and Carnes has been pretty darn consistent for Ryan Smythe. And why not? You have 3 hitters who are really swinging a hot bat.
Well, and that's the thing. You know, usually Hunter Carnes would be replaced by Ty Daly, but with Daly no longer with the team, I mean, he was somebody that was really producing at a high clip for Wareham. But even if you can just kind of replace him with Carnes, McHugh's been really good. Turner's been great this past week. It makes losing him not sting as much as it could.
Big swing and a miss from Levi Clark. And that's the thing, that kind of loss of Ty Daly really seemed like the microscope was on that even more than it might usually be because the team dropped its first 5 games in July after losing him as he gets ready for the MLB draft. 1-1 now on Levi Clark. But the Gatemen are hitting .275, which is 4th across the Cape since the calendar flipped to July. So even though they'd love to have Daly still on this team, that loss, despite the losses, doesn't seem like it's affected the lineup too much.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it. Daly's not going out there and, you know, throwing 98 on the corner from the mound. That's kind of been where these games have been won and lost for Wareham. It's whether or not they can produce pitching-wise. Defense, obviously, that's, you know, another story. But overall, it'd been pretty solid defensively outside of that contest against Falmouth.
There goes Gargett, hard hit on a hop. Fisher makes a nice play, spinning the throw to first, is in time for out number 3. For the Gatemen, no runs, no hits, and a runner left on. We played 2 here at Spillane Field. 2-0 Gatemen over the Whitecaps on Cape League TV.
If you need to dig, lift, move, grade, clear, or cut, pump, weld, clean, light, and just about anything else, dial up the rental source for the newest and the most reliable equipment in New England. Staffed with equipment and construction experts, Milton Rents, your local source.
As the sponsor of tonight's game, PCT Federal Credit Union is proud to root for the home team. We're thrilled to offer great rates on auto loans, home equity lines of credit, and so much more. Visit us on Cranberry Highway in West Wareham.
Reed Custom Soils, a subsidiary of the AD Makepeace Company, is New England's most experienced precision soil blender. Reed is the leading provider of the lightweight planting soil for green roof installations, stabilized stone dust for nature paths and pedestrian walkways, bioretention rain garden soils, and specialized soils for athletic fields, including your newly renovated Spillane Field. To learn more, visit reedcustomsoils.com.
Shameless Plug Electric, hitting home runs on every job. Wareham's top choice for electrical work. Call Shameless Plug Electric. Approaching the 7 o'clock hour here at Spillane Field, the Gatemen back out on the defensive side behind Jordan Stevens, who has been perfect so far here tonight. 6 batters all set down, including 4 strikeouts. He faces 7, 8, 9 in the order for the Whitecaps.
Yeah, he's been so good so far in this one, Cory. Those 4 strikeouts, 3 of them swinging. So it's not even that he is, you know, painting the corners, because obviously he's doing that, but creating a lot of swings and misses, couple whiffs as well.
Carson Kirsch first to greet him here now in the 3rd. Out of Georgia Tech, hitting .275, a homer, 7 RBIs. He takes a called strike 1.
And this will be the inning to keep your eye on Stevens. Season high is 3 innings. You mentioned it at Georgia as well. So depending on how successful this inning goes, be a good determining factor in how long, you know, he may go if he goes back out there for the 4th. Only one way to find out.
And listen, the way he's pitched, knock on wood thus far, I mean, pretty impeccable. The pitch count has stayed down. He's just at 28 now through 2 1/3 innings. First retired on that pop fly to Turner. Now it's Colin Priest at 146, no homers and an RBI. Pitch from Stevens, big swing and a miss. Josh, we ended the top of the second kind of talking about how league-wide, aside from some of those top-tier teams, it's been a struggle in large part for a majority of these pitching staffs across the Cape. That one just misses outside. I mean, you even think back to this past weekend on Saturday, all these teams combined to score 71 runs, and then a day later on Sunday, combined to score 73.
There's been a lot of offense, especially as the weather has gotten nicer. You move into July. We've definitely hit a pretty big patch of heat across the Cape, but when you just look at team ERAs, Harwich and YD really seem like outliers at 2.4 and 3.3. But then you go 3 through 10, 3.8, 4.1, 4.3, 4.3, 4.3, 4.5, 4.6, that's Wareham, and then 4.8 in Chatham. I mean, 4 through 10 are separated by just 0.7. And then you add in Katuit at 3.
Stevens issues the walk to Priest, now the first base runner of the game for the Whitecaps. Brings up Adam Magbach, the center fielder, hitting 227, no homers, 2 RBIs. And again, this weekend, each day, 3 separate teams put up double-digit run totals. Whitecaps one of those teams on Sunday, as were the Gatemen. But it makes sense, as you said, given the conditions. About halfway through the season, guys are adjusting to the wood bats with each passing game. But it almost seems like perhaps more than usual the offenses are dominating the first half of the season. 0-1 on Magpach.
Make for a pretty fun home run derby and all-star game, I'll tell you that.
Red Wilson Field, conditions favoring the hitters. No doubt about that. 0-1 pitch, sails high. It's pretty impressive, too, that YD has got that top 2 ERA despite playing all their home games there. Obviously, the Gatemen swung the bats pretty well.
Yeah.
But
they still scored 7 runs in the 13-7 loss. At that point, it was the most runs that YD had allowed this year.
1-2 as that pitch clips the outside corner. Now the Gatemen trying to build off of that offensive explosion on Sunday. Having snapped the losing skid, trying to ascend the standings to end the first half of the season. 1-2 pitch. On the swing, a strikeout of Magpach. Not thrilled with that call by home plate umpire Keith Peterson, but he's set down. Jordan Stevens gets his second out of the inning and his 5th strikeout.
Certainly hearing it over from the Brewster dugout. We talked about it a lot when these two teams played at Stony Brook Field, but these are 2 head coaches that are pretty familiar with each other. Jamie Shevchik, Ryan Smythe.
Smythe used to be at Brewster. A lot of those Keystone guys. Hit on a line. Randall leaps up and makes the grab. A nice play to finish off the top of the 3rd. Jordan Stevens, in his first start of the summer, has answered the call so far. Through 3 shutout innings now, he's got 5 strikeouts. Gateman in front by 2. Early goings in this one on Cape League TV.
Finding a good personal injury attorney is very difficult. If you or a family member has been involved in an accident, hurt at work, suffered a slip and fall, or have been injured due to negligence of someone else, contact the lawyers at Reedy, Kiernan, and McNally, LLP today. They are experienced trial attorneys who practice in all of the courts in the Commonwealth. The firm has been recognized by Best Lawyers in America for outstanding legal representation. Contact Reedy, Kiernan, and McNally, LLP today. The firm is located at 267 Main Street in Wareham. Reedy, Kiernan, and McNally, LLP also has offices in New Bedford and Falmouth. Call 508-295-0286 or visit their website, www.rkm-law.com.
Gateman looking for some more offense, already up by 2, backing Jordan Stevens, who's yet to allow a hit through 3 innings. Why not? You got the middle part of the order, starting with Hunter Carnes, then Chris McHugh and Colby Turner. Some hot bats right there. It's already 2-0 Gateman. Prokish out for his 3rd inning of work.
Part of this Gateman order, 3, 4, 5. Nobody you'd rather have up at this moment in time.
Carnes, the Gateman backstop, a single back in the first. Now in his second at-bat, takes low for a ball. Has raised his average to 429 and OPS over 1,200.
That's pretty good.
Him and Levi Clark have kind of been quite the tandem. Splitting time behind home plate. And the other reason why the loss to Ty Daly hasn't been felt quite as much is you've had options step up at first base, including Levi Clark. A lot of talented Tennessee catchers on the Vols roster. 1-1. Carnes went around. And that's why Clark has played some first. He's played some left, but some talented guys replacing Dowling, McHugh, and Levi Clark, but credit Hunter Carnes because he's taken up the bulk of the catching work lately.
To be able to hit this well while also, in a squat behind home plate for the entire game defensively, real props to him. That's the whole argument. At least that's my argument in the majors of why Cal Raleigh, AL MVP. Yeah.
He's the odds-on favorite, it seemed like, as of today.
No, Judge is still very
Is he still the favorite?
Very
One
far
of the things
lead.
I saw put Judge second. 2-2. Way high. I mean, you look at Carnes and Clark as a duo. Carnes is second across the Cape in batting average for catchers. Clark is 5th. Daniel Jackson of Chatham, the only guy ahead of Carnes. He's only played 2 games behind the plate. So, again, that added bonus to have catchers who are swinging the bats well. Payoff pitch to Carnes. High pop-up. Maneuvering into foul territory. Priest backpedaling now. He's got it. Carnes set down to begin the last of the third.
And to have 2 catchers that can hit that well is such a luxury. What's even more is that Clark plays a couple different positions. You don't just have to stick him at designated hitter, or at least one or the other. You can move Clark to first. You can move him over into left field, right field. It lets Chris McHugh get some reps at first as well. Obviously, Carnes catching for most of the time.
Rain has started to fall a little bit here at Spillane Field. Sun's still out, so a little bit of a sun shower right now. But we've certainly been monitoring the radar for most of the afternoon, and it hasn't looked promising as we continue to play here at Spillane Field. These teams trying to get as much of this game in before the rain really starts to hit.
Yeah, the radar does not look good, but thinking about it from last week's perspective, as of right now, the Gatemen would be on the other end of what Wareham had happened to it against Bourne. Trailing for most of the game, and then the 6th inning comes around, score some runs, but that inning doesn't complete. Bourne gets the win.
1-2 in the dirt to McHugh. And that magic numbers for the Gatemen 5 or 4.5 innings. And
well, especially with the lead 4.5, and for it to be called.
And it is important to note, as we've talked about with that Bourne game, the team leading after the last completed inning is the team who, if you get the necessary amount of innings in, would take that game. Still here in the bottom of the third. Not enough to declare a winner yet. 2-2 to McHugh, fouled straight back.
And Cory, I'm no meteorologist, but as I look at the radar, it really doesn't look good. Back in the first inning, I saw some lightning over in right field. Obviously, with wood bats and everything, not as, big of a deal. If it was metal bats, the game would be stopped.
Full count pitch. High chopper to shortstop. Fisher gets the high bounce, slings it across in time to nab McHugh. And you don't really need to be a meteorologist to look at that radar. Any way you slice it, it just is not good.
Yeah, some light green that's, starting now. You can see the rain a little bit. At least we can from our own eyes, maybe not as well through the camera, but as the night continues on, light green moves to dark green, moves to some yellow and orange, indicating thunder and lightning. It'll be really big to see how far into this game they can get before the weather that at this point seems kind of inevitable finally hits Spillane Field.
Colby Turner takes one just outside, had a sac fly back in the first. The hot-hitting Turner at 325, 3 homers, 10 RBIs. Seven RBIs on Sunday alone. Takes a breaking ball in for a called strike. He had 3 coming into that game. Now the team's leader with 10 total RBIs. The guy who found that rallying cry in the triangle, the team's rallied behind it. No one more than Colby Turner with the bat he's swinging. High fly ball into right field. Martin jogs in. He's there. Puts the glove on it for out number 3. Gatemen go quietly here in the third. 3 up, 3 down. It's still a 2-0 Wareham lead, now through 3 innings of play at Spillane Field.
Law. Live, life, law. Covering all residential and commercial real estate matters. You live life to the fullest and let us Sync Law. That's synclaw.com. Sync with an I, not a Y. Be selfish. We represent only you.
Sports Turf Specialties has set the standard for high-quality natural grass athletic field construction. As a full-service athletic field construction company, we specialize in design, build, and renovation of native soil, modified soil, and sand-based athletic fields. Our team will provide you with superior quality, expert guidance, and continuing support long after the completion of our project. We are proud to have built the infield for the Wareham Gatemen field. Go Gatemen.
If you can dream it, if you can cruise in it, if you can summer in it, fish from it, or take it for a day at the beach, we can protect it. The Baldwin Group, protecting the possible.
Jordan Stevens has been a dominating force his first time through this Brewster lineup. No hits allowed, just 1 base runner. Now back to work once again in the fourth. Still has that 2-0 lead. With a little bit of rain still continuing to fall here at Spillane Field. 2 teams trying to get the game in, and Stevens has done his part to make sure that happens.
Yeah, and he's, through those 3 innings, has 5 strikeouts. But what's really of note is just 38 pitches, limiting that pitch count and staying pretty well effective so far. Just the 1 walk in the third. That's his only base runner, so it'll be interesting to see how he navigates the fourth. His first out would mark a season high. That magic number usually like 13 to 15 in terms of range of how many pitches per inning to try and get through. He's well under that as of now.
38 pitches, 27 strikes. Fisher, Sosa, Martin, 2-3-4 in the Whitecaps to open up the fourth. Stevens continues to fire. Fastball's right there for a called strike one on Fisher, who flying to right his first time up.
And 5 strikeouts as well for those 9 outs recorded, and you need at least three pitches to get that strikeout. So when you think about it like that, it's not a whole lot of, hard contact or even light contact that, guys are swinging it early and getting some outs for him there. He's being really, really efficient, locating his spots, not a whole lot of waste pitches. That's shown only 11 balls. He's pitching real well tonight.
The Gatemen didn't have much to improve off of offensive-wise. Pitchings we talked about. Definitely some. 0-2 pitch. Sky-high pop-up. Foul territory. McHugh after it. Just runs out of room. Lands up against the fence out of his reach down that right field line.
Yeah, he could have gotten there. It was a really, really tough play. Can't fault McHugh for not being able to make that.
And the last thing you need is for him to run into that fence.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I mean, that was a high twisting ball that was just drifting further and further over into foul territory in right field. Gave it his best shot.
Still 0-2 the count on Fisher. Righty on righty matchup. Another 0-2 now from Stevens. Chop foul. Gatemen have 2 runs, 4 hits, no errors. No runs, no hits, no errors for the Whitecaps thus far. Obviously, the runs have not resembled that of the Cotuit game when the Gatemen scored 9 across their first 2 runs against Cotuit. 0-2 pitch, another chopper foul, but certainly the 2 runs in the first will work. The defense has backed up Stevens, and it's more of what you like to see if you're Ryan Smythe, especially when you compare the past 2 starts to the contest to that Falmouth game. Smythe just talked about how the vibe in that Kettleers game was so much better from the get-go compared to that Falmouth game. Another foul ball off the bat of Fisher. And obviously, as he got further into that Falmouth game, things kind of got progressively worse, but early on,
it started off fine. Hunter Carnes had a 2-run shot into left field, and the Gatemen had an early lead.
Just things progressively got worse, but again, Ryan Smythe saying Sunday's game, the vibes were so much better for this group. Way outside. 1-2 now on Cal Fisher.
Well, that's the thing. Falmouth, never really let up after that 3rd inning. Scored in every single from the 3rd to the 8th. Didn't even obviously have to play the 9th.
Stevens trying to win the battle against Fisher. 1-2 now. Fastball zips high. And this will kind of be that interesting spot. Second time through this lineup. Stevens has been great. How much gas does he have in the tank? Pitching now in a 4th inning of work. 2-2. Slings it outside. From 0-2 to 3-2 now. Alex Sosa waits on deck.
Velocity isn't a problem. He's still up at 97. In those high 90s, it's a good range for him. Just about getting that control back down and under control. Just play catch.
Payoff pitch. Way inside. Second base runner of the evening for the Whitecaps. This one leads off the 4th as Fisher draws the walk. Whitecaps have yet to notch a hit. Now a couple of walks, one in the 3rd, one to begin the 4th against Stevens. Gateman struck early in the 1st, nothing since. Trying to climb that West Division ladder. Just a game behind Cotuit in the loss column. And it's been a trend across the West most of the first half of this season. Highly contested in the standings. That pitch is slapped into left field. It's down for a base hit. Moving over to cut it off is Clark. From 1st to 3rd goes Cal Fisher. Up to 2nd is Alex Sosa. The Whitecaps didn't have a hit entering that at bat. All of a sudden, the tying run is in scoring position.
Really impressive from Sosa to go the other way with that 95-mile-an-hour exit velocity. Just a real frozen rope over into left field. Good job from Clark to cut it off, but as of now, no activity over in the Gateman bullpen. Eric Lux's pitching coach hasn't gone out yet to talk to Stevens and make sure he's under control. Really seems like it's going to be up to him to get out of this jam.
No one out here, top of the 4th. Hard hit up the middle, past the diving glove of Shane into center field. Scoring easily is Fisher. Sosa right behind him. A 2 RBI base hit by Ryan Martin, and this game's tied at 2.
That was quick. That turned really quickly from domination to the exact opposite. Now this game is tied.
And it just kind of feels like that age-old question of, well, he's pitching so well, why get an arm up? But at the same time, it's if you're up in kind of uncharted waters, maybe it's because he hasn't gone this long before and you're unsure of what it could look like. So it's Martin on at first.
And now this completely changes what happens when the rain starts to settle in. From being in a spot where you're up 2-0 after, hopefully 4.5. You could just call the game, move on, take the win, and go home. Now it's a much different situation for Wareham.
The Gateman's still in search of the first out of this 4th frame. Stevens locates top inside corner for a called strike on Dalton Wentz, who struck out swinging in the 2nd. Because Prooks has been a lot more effective on the mound second and third innings against this Gateman lineup after allowing 2 in the first. That one gets away from Carnes. Easy move up to second for Ryan Martin. He's in scoring position.
Great jump from Martin. Saw that was getting away from Carnes and immediately made the move. You got to really buckle down now if you're Stevens. Such a great 3 innings.
Looks like Ty Stark might be starting to get loose, the lefty in the Wareham bullpen. On the outside corner, nice pitch from Stevens to get a called strike 2 against Wentz.
Keith Peterson down the Brewster dugout to calm down a little bit. They didn't like that strike call in the outside corner.
Wentz just gets a piece of that to stay alive.
Something that Eric Lux has talked about a lot after the loss to YD, the 6-3 loss back a few weekends ago. That was when Josh Butler came in and delivered a really nice performance out of the bullpen. He went 4 2/3. But he talked about how they're still getting to know a lot of these guys. You know, the season is only 40 games, and the Gateman may be, halfway through as it stands now. But, at that point, maybe it was a little over a quarter, 35% or so. Still getting to know a lot of these players because they've only made, 3 or 4 appearances. And they're still trying to figure out the type of pitchers that they have, their maximums, their minimums, how long they can use them for before things, may start to get a little dicey. It seems like over these last few appearances for Stevens, it seems like that 3-inning mark is looking more and more like a hard cap.
A hard hit base hit into left field. Martin had to hold up initially. The third hit of the inning for the Whitecaps. Now there's runners on the corners with 1 away after Wentz struck out. Coates goes the other way. Luxus out of the dugout. Talking things over with Ryan Smythe. Asked for time. He's headed to the mound.
Good mound visit for Luxus here. Now you're just kind of giving Ty Stark some time. Not taking Stevens out just yet. Trying to see if he can get out of the inning. He has a double play ball set up for him if he wants it, if he can work a ground ball, but now you're just trying to buy time for Stark to get warmed up enough where he can enter this game and get ready to, if it's this inning, get out of the jam.
When it's a big situation, obviously it's early, but you were comfortably ahead. Stevens was pitching so well, no hits allowed through 3 innings, but now an opportunity for the Whitecaps to take the lead. And with the weather, we talked about how that changes with this game tied up. It's certainly not an ideal situation playing from behind with potential impact for weather, as now it looks like Stevens will exit. And this could be a situation where they're bringing everyone off because of the weather.
Everybody's exiting, yeah. So it looks like this weather delay is going to start now. And it looks pretty sunny outside from, our vantage point, but a similar spot to, Bourne last week. It was pretty sunny when that game got called, and we were all kind of trying to figure out what the decision was, but.
And if there's, thunder, lightning headed this way, always got to err on the side of caution.
Yeah, home plate umpire Keith Peterson just said it's within 3 miles, and that's the deciding factor. And, of course, it's not raining now, and nothing's going on now, but this could get really, really dicey over this next hour and a half, 2 hours or so to decide on what they're going to do. Because it doesn't look like it's going to slow down. Just checking the radar again. I mean, it's going to go right over the heart of Spillane Field, and doesn't seem like it's going to let up until 8:40, 8:50. So about an hour and 45 minutes.
As it stands now, it will be a 30-minute delay. And as you said, though, the challenge is that it seems like...
But in 30 minutes, it's just going to get worse.
The longer you wait, the worse it gets. And obviously, we're at a point right now where we haven't played the sufficient amount to declare a winner. It's a tie game anyways, obviously.
And you'd have to imagine that if this game can't go on any longer, depending on what happens with the rain and Mother Nature over the next hour and a half or so, game would probably get resumed and played on Monday, the off day. And so it's a tough spot, but all we can do is really wait and see what's going to happen.
And just a couple batters ago, obviously they're not through it, but, maybe it seemed like this delay benefited the Whitecaps or the Gatemen more. Well, at this point, Brewster was threatening first and third, and now all of a sudden that momentum goes for naught. Here in the top of the fourth, already 2 runs in for Brewster. They had first and third, 1 out. Stevens on the mound. Everyone leaves the field. In a weather delay right now, initially 30 minutes. Things don't look good. We'll try and get back to you with any updates we have. Again, in a delay right now, Whitecaps and Gatemen tied up at 2, delayed due to the weather. Mother Nature intervened, but has not ended this one, at least not as of yet. A delay that began in the top of the fourth lasted, seems like right about an hour. After the lightning delay, these two teams waited. Now the Gatemen back out on the field. This game ended with Jordan Stevens, or I should say was delayed with Jordan Stevens on the mound. It was first and third, only one out. Ty Stark was warming in the bullpen. He replaces Stevens here. And the big lefty inherits runners on the corners with still just one out.
Yeah, it ends at about a 51, 53-minute lightning delay. Tough break for Jordan Stevens, but with how he was pitching in that fourth inning, he was probably coming out anyway. So now you bring in Ty Stark. Another one of those guys that started off a little bit shaky, his first appearance, I should say. Walked two batters, didn't record an out. Those two runners came in to score. Then since then, it's looked pretty solid. Two other appearances after that. Inning in the third of no-hit baseball against the Kettleers on Sunday. Now he's back out again.
Yeah, ever since that first outing of the summer when he was facing Orleans, the two walks to start off his appearance, immediately exited the game after that. But since then, has really been lights out for the Gatemen. And now hopefully the pressure of this situation kind of can ratchet down a little bit, because before, if he was coming into this game, it turns into a situation where you don't know how many more innings you'd be able to play. So every run was critical, but now it seems like, fingers crossed, the game might be able to go a more conventional distance.
At this point, it certainly seems like it, and the Gatemen are still in a tight spot here. You got guys on the corners with one out, so it's not an easy situation for Ty Stark to inherit after not, being active, warm for the last 50 or so minutes. All of those warm-up pitches really crucial for now him to go in and face Carson Curse.
Curse batting. Ryan Martin's on at third. Drove in the first two runs of the game for Brewster. Coates on at first with the single. Coates back on the pickoff attempt. The Gateman infield is back across the board. McHugh will hold Coates on at first. With play resuming after the lightning delay. Top of the fourth, 2 on, 1 away. Game tied up at 2. Showing bunt was Curse. Bounced it foul. The Gatemen got the first two runs of the game back in the first inning. Haven't scored since in the subsequent second and third. And Brewster finally was able to figure out Jordan Stevens, who hadn't allowed a hit through his first 3 innings. But as he got to the fourth, things started to fall apart, was able to get an out. Runners on first and third are his responsibility. Starks 0-1. Off of the glove of Carnes. Not enough for an advance to home plate by Ryan Martin, but Colton Coates makes it down to second. A number of the spectators for both of these two teams departed.
Can't blame them.
No.
With how the radar looked.
And that's the crazy thing, is the infield now comes in for the Gatemen, how that has not really panned out the weather here, what the radar was indicating. A 1-1 now from Stark. Sails high and outside. Because we were talking about it, Josh, that radar.
It didn't look good.
What
it
we
really
were in
didn't.
store for, it really didn't. And the delay only seemed to kind of play into the hands of the radar.
To be fair, I did say that I wasn't a meteorologist, so you can't blame me.
You were just using the information that
you
had at your disposal. 2-1. Grounded back to Shane at short. Looks the runner back. Throws over to McHugh for a big out number 2. No advance from the runners. And now the Gatemen an out away from getting out of this inning with the game just tied.
I once got told that being a meteorologist has to be the best job in the world because you can be wrong 90% of the time and you still keep your job.
There's even better than baseball,
not
where
a whole
you can fail 7 times out of 10.
There's not a whole lot of professions where you can get away with that. Imagine you just stroll up to your 9 to 5 and you're wrong. Imagine if we
confident that you're just going to go through it. And
imagine if we just misidentified 8 of the 9 batters for one of these teams.
Oh, that would
Sorry,
be
everybody.
brutal.
My mistake. We keep our jobs.
Coming back tomorrow. Stark gets the platoon advantage here against Colin Priest, who drew a walk in the third, his second at-bat now, first against the lefty Stark. Southpaw out of Louisville. Out of the bullpen. Big swing and a miss, and it's 1-1. Martin at third. Coates at second. Brewster's already scored 2 here in the top of the 4th before the delay. Fouled straight back, and it's 1-2. It's interesting just kind of to look at the contrast between Jordan Stevens and Ty Stark. One's a righty that throws close to 100 miles an hour. Stark, on the other hand, a lefty who's definitely not going to blow you away, but he's got all that mixing and matching with those slower pitches.
Certainly
going.
a lot more finesse from Ty Stark. Hitting spots, seeing a lot of rotation.
1-2 now. Breaking ball just slips outside, and it's 2-2.
But, I mean, that was a 73-mile-an-hour breaking ball, and that's roughly a 20-mile-an-hour difference from even some of Jordan Stevens' off-speed stuff and breaking ball.
Stark trying to get out of the inning on 2-2. Once again, Priest lays off of it. Count goes full. Magpok waits on deck.
It's a good way to keep a lot of these hitters off balance, is what it is.
Yeah, we saw Jordan Stevens' changeup check in there at about low 90s.
92?
Yeah. A fastball for most people. Count's gone full. Second and third, 2 outs. Stark's pitch. Swing and a miss. After the delay, Ty Stark inherits 2 runners on base, strands them both. A ground out and a strikeout. The Gatemen out of the top of the 4th. The Whitecaps tied things up before the delay. We move ahead. Bottom of the 4th. We're knotted up at 2 on Cape League TV.
Finding a good personal injury attorney is very difficult. If you or a family member has been involved in an accident, hurt at work, suffered a slip and fall, or have been injured due to negligence of someone else, contact the lawyers at Reedy, Kiernan, and McNally, LLP today. They are experienced trial attorneys who practice in all of the courts in the Commonwealth. The firm has been recognized by Best Lawyers in America for outstanding legal representation. Contact Reedy, Kiernan, and McNally, LLP today. The firm is located at 267 Main Street in Wareham. Reedy, Kiernan, and McNally, LLP also has offices in New Bedford and Falmouth. Call 508-295-0286 or visit their website, www.rkm-law.com.
Move ahead to the bottom half of the 4th as we look at some other scores across the league. Nice to see that the Gatemen and the Whitecaps weren't the only team facing some weather difficulties. YD and Chatham, Falmouth and Harwich, Bourne and Hyannis all in the midst of weather delays of their own. Cotuit and Orleans tied up in the bottom.
Yeah, meanwhile, they're in the bottom of the 9th, and they're already almost over.
They gotten out of this, as of now, unscathed, it seems like. Well, a lot of close games across the Cape so far today. The 3 other games kind of in a similar situation to what the Whitecaps and the Gatemen were in. Play kind of halted around that 4th, 5th inning. That storm moving from west to east, so it seemed like these 2 squads were going to be the first to kind of deal with that. But moving out across the Cape is Lance Davis, the righty out of Arkansas, 6'4", 200-pound righty. Takes over on the mound, making his 5th appearance out of the bullpen this summer.
And something that Ryan Smythe has, really tried to hammer home both with us, with, I'm assuming, the rest of his team, is that, nobody in the West is really pulled away just yet. So all of these games are so important. Cotuit moving now into extras, tied 2-2. Bourne losing to Hyannis, Falmouth with a narrow lead. A couple of those teams lose. Wareham is not out of it by any stretch of the imagination, even though right now they sit in last place.
Colin Ritchie flared that first pitch from Davis out of play down the left field line. Popped out back in the first. And that kind of is the crazy thing. I mean, Hyannis only has 2 more wins. They're the first place team than Wareham. An 0-1 to Ritchie now. quickly 0-2. And obviously, Hyannis has 5 fewer losses than Wareham, 3 ties as well. But the fact that Wareham was able to endure that 5-game skid and things could have been a lot worse. Gateman, all things considered, in pretty decent shape, hoping to come out with a win here today. An 0-2 to Richie. Fly ball, center field. Sends Magpok back. He's drifting and will make the catch on the run. Not too far away from that fence out in center field. Richie retired on the flyout to begin the last of the 4th. So the rain delay knocking both of these pitchers out of the game. No surprise. Hard for those guys to kind of keep fresh and loose during the delay. But Proksch was definitely throwing better as he got deeper into the game. Back-to-back shutout innings after the 2-run first. Gives way to Lance Davis facing Caden McDonald. Winding breaking ball stays high. McDonald walked in his only plate appearance in the first. 1-0 pitch to McDonald. Big swing and a miss. It's 1-1. It was interesting to see some of the things the guys were doing, the players were doing to stay loose, especially the Gateman players during the delay. There was some cornhole. All the relievers were playing out in left field.
Hacky sack is always a classic.
Yep. 1-1 pitch to McDonald. Takes a called strike at the knees. Felt bad for Ty Stark, though, because he was the only guy who couldn't kind of join in because he had to get ready to resume whenever he got called when the game got back underway. 1-2, the count on McDonald. Pitch from Davis. On the outside corner for a called strike 3. 2 up, 2 down so far to the bullpen for Lance Davis.
That's like during finals week and all of your friends are out, having fun on the quad, playing spike ball, and then you're just like, no, I have to study for this test. No relief for Ty Stark. Yeah. He was still locked in.
Seemingly the only one who couldn't join in on the fun. Gargett walked in the second, his second plate appearance of the evening now. Pitch from Davis, chopped foul. Gargett, who was in the transfer portal after spending his college time thus far at Kentucky. Our feature writer, Nate Wallenhup, got to talk with him the past number of days to talk with Kais about his transfer decision. 0-1 pitch. Stays low. Gargett had a plethora of schools to choose from, including Houston, Texas Tech, West Virginia, and Michigan. Ultimately chose TCU as his next stop after this Cape League summer. No one on, 2 away, and a 1-1 to Gargett now. Big swing and a miss, down in the count 1-2. Mentioned that he was really attracted by kind of the youth at TCU and their ability, despite that youth, to win a national championship. Obviously, the coaching staff spoke to him as well. But he's hoping to become an everyday starter once he gets down there. 1-2, swing and a miss. Strong start for Lance Davis out of the bullpen. Gets the Gatemen 3 up, 3 down in the bottom of the 4th, including 2 strikeouts. No runs for Wareham in the bottom half of the 4th. We now move ahead to the 5th. We're tied up here at Cape League TV.
Law. Live, life, law. Covering all residential and commercial real estate matters. You live life to the fullest and let us Sync Law. That's synklaw.com. Sync with an I, not a Y. Be selfish. We represent only you.
Sports Turf Specialties has set the standard for high-quality natural grass athletic field construction. As a full-service athletic field construction company, we specialize in design, build, and renovation of native soil, modified soil, and sand-based athletic fields. Our team will provide you with superior quality, expert guidance, and continuing support long after the completion of our project. We are proud to have built the infield for the Wareham Gatemen field. Go Gatemen.
If you can dream it, if you can cruise in it, if you can summer in it, fish from it, or take it for a day at the beach, we can protect it. The Baldwin Group, protecting the possible.
40 years. We look forward to serving you. For
Despite the lightning delay, it's turned out to be a pretty nice night here at Spillane Field. We get a look at how things have gone down through the first 4 innings. Tied up at 2. The Whitecaps scratched across their only 2 runs of the night. First 2 runs, I should say, before the delay, after Jordan Stevens was near perfect through the first 3 innings. The Gatemen got their first 2 back in the first. They have the hit advantage 4-3. No errors from either of these 2 teams. As Patrick Galley, the right-hander, takes over on the mound, so Ty Stark's day is done. Just got those 2 outs out of the bullpen and gives way to another Armin Galley, who the ERA indicates he's been pretty strong. Has dealt with some base runners, some walks mixed in there, 9 compared with just 7 strikeouts, but an ERA sits down at 1.35.
It would have been really tough for Ty Stark to, go back out there and continue pitching in this one just for how long he had to wait. He was getting warm. The rain delay happens, and he has to get back up and keep moving. He got the 2 outs, and now you turn it over to Galley. And you're right, Cory. If you just look at his ERA, he's been really, really solid. But there have been a couple instances, late in contests that the control has been a little bit of an issue. It happened against Harwich, happened against Katuitt. A couple walks, a couple wild pitches, but overall he's been a really solid arm. And now you get to kind of use him in a little bit of a lower leverage spot if you're Ryan Smythe.
Top of the 5th, Magpok. 9th in the order, leads things off for the Whitecaps. Shows bunt, pulls back, takes a called strike 1 on the outside corner. Galley has definitely pitched towards the back end of a lot of games. Leads this Wareham team with 2 saves, has 2 of their 3 saves on the summer. So oftentimes has been a late game option for Wareham. 6-year righty out of Ole Miss is 0-1. Sails high. Magpok struck out in the 3rd, his second at-bat here. Galley's 1-1. Bends it in there for a called strike 2. And we've seen, obviously, when he's around the plate, as we mentioned, he is just so effective. He's got the velocity, but just those 9 strikeouts, or 9 walks compared with 7 strikeouts really just kind of stand out.
That kind of tells the story right there. Just keep it around the plate.
He pitched in that pressure-packed 10th inning against Harwich. Last week, the ghost runner on base struck out the first 2 batters with that leadoff man ghost runner on second, but then that's where the control kind of slipped away. He's got Magpok in a 2-2 situation, and he just misses right there. Full count on the Whitecap center fielder.
And this is the thing, right? He's got electric stuff. He just needs to know where it's going and be able to control it a lot better than what he's done so far this year. It hasn't really bitten him, except for a handful of runs a few times, but one of these days, a couple of those walks are really going to string together. It'll be a lot more than just 1 or 2 runs in an inning.
And maybe that's part of the approach. Let him pitch, as you said, a lower leverage situation. I'd have to feel like he has to be perfect with every single pitch. Obviously, it is a tie game, but only right now in the 5th inning. Payoff. That one just misses the zone. Gatemen were hoping for a called strike 3. Instead, Magpok reaches on a leadoff walk.
Here's the danger with Magpok on base. He had 2 bags swiped against Hyannis over the weekend. His total is 9 for the season. Far and away the team leader. No one else has more than 2 for the Whitecaps. So even though he's at the bottom of this Brewster lineup, really can be used more as a second leadoff man.
He's on base now for the leadoff man, Brendan Lawson, who struck out and popped out. Came in hitting .421, 2 homers and 3 RBIs. Either lineup thus far has really changed in terms of position players for either of these 2 teams since the lightning delay. Another check over with Magpok. It gets away from McHugh. A wild throw allows Magpok to advance to second. He's in scoring position to begin the inning.
And at some point, you just kind of have to go home. At some point, you just have to deal to the batter at hand, because now that's as good as a stolen base, but You deliver to home and he runs. Hunter Carnes is, he's caught a few guys stealing already this year. At least give him a chance.
And it does feel like more of a free base when he reaches via an air as opposed to just a clean steal of second. So now the Whitecaps a chance to take their first lead of the night after they couldn't scratch across any against Ty Stark in the top of the fourth. Coming home here was Galley. Home plate umpire saying that hit Lawson's bat.
Brewster disagrees.
0-1 the count on Lawson now. Keith Peterson behind home plate. Galley steps off. Weak toss over to Shane. Magpok back easily.
I wouldn't be surprised to see him try and steal third.
Galley in his first inning of work out of the bullpen. Leadoff walk, then the air. Magpok dancing on at second. Not going anywhere, and it's quickly 0-2 on Lawson.
I'd drive home, I think, in silence.
The Whitecaps are second across the league in stolen bases, 37 for 46. Magpok a big part of that group. Gatemen are fifth across the Cape in stolen bases. Galley comes home on the 0-2 and misses outside.
And he got ahead of Magpok. He's gotten ahead of Lawson. Now you just can't let them get off the hook. Finish the at-bat out. Deliver some good pitches.
1-2 from Galley. High chopper down the first base line. McHugh waits back on it. Galley covering the bag. Records the putout. Magpok up to third base, so a productive out for Brewster as they're 90 feet away from their first lead of the night.
Now batting the shortstop, number 12, Cal Fisher from Florida State.
Brings up the FSU infielder Cal Fisher. Walked and scored a run in the fourth. Flew out in the first. Gateman infield comes in. The way this game started, it seemed like Wareham was going to pick off right where they left off against Katuitt. They did to some degree, scored 2 runs in the first to grab an early lead, but nothing since then. And the Whitecaps have worked themselves back into this game. First pitch to Fisher misses high. That's the thing. Since the first inning, the Gatemen have had just one base runner. Whereas the past 2 innings, Whitecaps have had a plethora. They've already plated 2. Another waiting in the wings on at third. 0-1 pitch blasted deep into left field. Drifting down the line. It's a foul ball. If Fisher had straightened that out, it certainly had the distance. The Gatemen catch a break there. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the Gateman bullpen was adamant that it was foul. Maybe a little bit of bias on that as well, but I mean, that was hugging the line.
Looks like it made it out to the parking lot.
Hopefully it didn't hit my car.
Danger right there. 1-1 pitch. Skied along the infield. McHugh screaming for it, and the ball drops. And now it looks like they're going to call interference on Cal Fisher. McHugh had to avoid him as he was charging in to make that catch.
Yeah, McHugh was charging in along the line, and that was a difficult play for Lawson. He didn't really have anywhere to go. He thought it was going to be a foul ball, and so that's why he kind of kept his distance, near home plate instead of running all the way down the line.
We see Carnes didn't know where it was, so McHugh really had to be the one to come get it, and then you just see him wait up.
Well, and that's the thing. He had to charge in so much further because Lawson was kind of in the way there.
Jamie Shevchik.
Or Fisher, rather.
Having a talk with Keith Peterson, just getting the explanation. Fisher seemed to think that would result in a foul ball, but due to the batter interference, that results in an out. So Fisher sent down via batter interference, a big second out for the Gatemen, and now potentially a second straight inning where they could strand a runner on at third with less than 2 outs.
Sosa had that first hit of the game for Brewster. It was a nice double into left field. Swinging a hot bat lately, had the home run against Hyannis over the weekend. It's a big out here for Galley.
His first pitch, nice breaking ball down in the zone, and it's 0-1 on Sosa. Came in hitting .229, a homer, 10 RBIs. Magpok on at third. Walked, got to second on an error, and then advanced on the ground out to McHugh. 0-1 to Sosa. Stays down. Good stop by Carnes behind home plate. These two squads have already surpassed the amount of runs they scored through 9 innings last time they played back in June. That was a 2-1 Gateman victory. 1-1 pitch. Sky-high pop-up left side of the infield. Sheehan and Gargett converging. Gargett's the one who takes it, makes the catch to end the top of the 5th. Once again, this Wareham pitching staff into and out of trouble. Magpok was on at third, less than 2 outs. Galley gets out of the jam, keeps this game tied up at 2. Catch the rest of the action on Cape League TV.
Turf Specialties has set the standard for high-quality natural grass athletic field construction. As a full-service athletic field construction company, we specialize in design, build, and renovation of native soil, modified soil, and sand-based athletic fields. Our team will provide you with superior quality, expert guidance, and continuing support long after the completion of our project. We are proud to have built the infield for the Wareham Gatemen field. Go Gatemen.
There hasn't been a ton of training when it comes to bat speed or products for players to be able to train bat speed. You can improve your bat speed and reach your goals working 10 to 15 minutes a day on this a couple of times a week. That's a no-brainer for every player. You can make any bat feel lighter by adding a velo puck knob. Instead of having to go get a whole entirely new bat, you can simply add the puck to it. Players can use this with any bat. It's basically going to shift the weight of the bat a little bit more towards the hands. Players are able to hit the ball a lot harder just by simply adding the puck on.
Two is the score as we move ahead to the bottom half of the 5th. Now the second game of the triangle era. And for more on the triangle, we'll send it over to Rayna Maggelet.
So for those of you who haven't tuned in to today's game before or to our last game, you're probably confused what this triangle era is for the Gateman dugout. So one of our players actually found the triangle, yes, the musical instrument, and they have it taped right above their dugout, and they hit it every time they score a run. The other day, the first day they had it up, and they hit it 16 times. Our first win the month of July. Some would like to call it a good luck charm. Hopefully it comes in clutch to kind of fix up this tie and get us a lead a little bit. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Rayna. I'm still curious as to why that was on a John Deere tractor. Unless they were using it for the infield or some maintenance.
Maybe it was near the John Deere tractor.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't usually see a whole lot of loose triangles laying around anywhere.
Especially on John Deere tractors. First pitch in this at-bat to Sheehan is a called strike. Lance Davis back to work. Pitched a perfect 4th inning in relief. And obviously, as Rayna talked about it, paid dividends on Sunday. The 16 runs Sheehan takes, called strike. Carried over into the first inning, but nothing since then, as the Gatemen are looking for their first base runner since the 2nd inning. But it is something for the team to rally behind. An 0-2 pitch to Van Sheehan. Weak number foul. It'll be interesting to see how long the Gatemen kind of ride that triangle, ride that momentum. But
I mean, hopefully the rest of the year.
Yeah, if it's working, why not? Why change it?
But it's one of those things that's not serious enough for you to, like, for lack of a better term, it's like childish in a good way, that it can kind of take off the stress of being a team that's, trying to fight back and work back into the playoff picture midway through the season and just get back to playing loose and having a fun time playing baseball.
Shane continues to battle at the plate. Count still at 1-2. And it seemed like just what that team needed, having lost 5 straight, something to turn to, as Ryan Smythe said, to rally behind. Trying to ring the triangle here in the 5th with this game knotted up at 2. Another 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss. Shane went fishing for one in the dirt, retired via the punch-out to begin the last of the 5th.
Now batting the second baseman, number 3, Braden Randall from Mississippi.
Back to the top of the order, and Braden Randall began the bottom of the 1st with that triple, scored the game's first run, flew out to center his last time out. He's gotten into a couple pitches, didn't miss that hit in the 1st by a whole lot, about a foot away from a home run. Would have been his first of the summer. Half-hearted attempt at that one. They say no swing.
Even still, he turned it into a nice triple.
He did. Obviously, the speed is there for Braden Randall. Once Magpie saw that one go off the wall, not much of a chance to nab Randall at third. Then the count 1-0 against Lance Davis. Pitch to Randall, breaking ball. Inside corner, called strike 1. It's almost eerie to listen and hear how much of the dugouts we can kind of hear and everything else, considering that, as we said, a lot of the fans in attendance packed things up.
People have cleared out, yeah.
1-1 to Randall. Fastball sails high.
Well, that's the thing. In retrospect, an hour delay isn't that terrible, but they were all probably seeing the same things that we were radar-wise.
It looked a whole lot worse.
They wanted to get home before they could beat the Thunder.
2-1 now to Randall. Way high and outside. Got by the glove of Sosa. Waiting on deck is Levi Clark. And that's the thing we've talked about a couple times, but just even dating back to this afternoon where we heard some thunder, there was no rain. It's just been an interesting game to see how these teams and the umpires would approach playing it, but we were unsure we'd be able to get past 4 innings of play. And now, again, fingers crossed, it seems like weather-wise we're in a good spot right now.
Well, the sky is certainly cleared out. Beautiful sunset over in left center.
There was a rainbow during the rain.
Yeah, there was in the opposite direction. That's kind of where the rain was coming from, but
that's got to be a good sign.
What,
hopefully.
the rainbow? Oh,
yeah.
absolutely.
Gateman certainly hopes so. Randall has worked the count to 3-1. Produces a fly ball, shallow left field. Wentz doesn't have to move a whole lot. He's there for out number 2. So no one on now for Levi Clark. Drove in the game's first run on a base hit in the 1st, grounded to short his last time up. In an ideal world, the Gatemen scratch across some runs the next 2 innings if the trends kind of hold out. A team that's much better scoring runs and hitting through the first 6 innings than they are 7th inning or later. First pitch of the at-bat to Levi Clark's a big swing and a miss. The Gatemen are hitting .264 as a team through the first 6 innings of a game. That's first across the Cape. But they are last in batting average in the 7th inning or later across those 10 teams. Playing here in the bottom of the 5th, no one on, 2 away for Levi Clark. Just misses outside, and it's 1-1 on the left fielder. Tallied his 6th RBI of the summer back in the 1st. 1-1 pitch to him. Breaking ball. Nabs the outside corner, 1-2. Lance Davis has retired the first 5 Gateman hitters he's faced out of the bullpen. Here he misses low to Levi Clark. Davis came in with a 1.93 ERA this summer. Just 2 earned runs and 9 in the third innings pitched entering play. Count even at 2-2. No one on, 2 away. Pitch to Levi Clark is hit hard up the middle. On a hop, Fisher fields, fires across in time for out number 3. Another quiet inning offensively for the Gatemen. Haven't had a base runner since back in the second, now trying to keep the game tied at 2. Josh Richardson will have you the rest of the way. Catch the exciting finish on Cape League TV.
99 Restaurants, Badger Sports, the Baldwin Group.
Finding a good personal injury attorney is very difficult. If you or a family member has been involved in an accident, hurt at work, suffered a slip and fall, or have been injured due to negligence of someone else, contact the lawyers at Reedy, Kiernan, and McNally, LLP today. They are experienced trial attorneys who practice in all of the courts in the Commonwealth. The firm has been recognized by Best Lawyers in America for outstanding legal representation. Contact Reedy, Kiernan, and McNally, LLP today. The firm is located at 267 Main Street in Wareham. Reedy, Kiernan, and McNally, LLP also has offices in New Bedford and Falmouth. Call 508-295-0286 or visit their website, www.rkm-law.com.
Sixth inning action between the Gatemen and the Whitecaps. It's tied 2-2 here in the top half of the sixth. Brewster coming up to bat. Patrick Galley out. Daniel Powell coming in, first appearance out of the bullpen for him. The usual starter has made 4 appearances this season for Wareham. This will be his first not in a starting position.
We've talked a bunch about relievers making that transition to a starting role, and then obviously, as you just said, Powell making that transition the other way. 4 games started this summer, 13 in the third innings pitched. Mixed results for the righty, 7.43 ERA. A large part of it's going to be based on his success in locating his pitches bottom of the zone, a guy who throws some sinkers, relies on his defense to get outs. If he leaves pitches up in the zone, the Whitecaps could potentially get the offense rolling, but Powell's got the repertoire to be successful about locating those good out pitches beneath and at the bottom part of the zone.
Yeah, it's kind of been every other start for Powell when you look at it. 1 earned run against Hyannis on opening day, 5 against the Harbor Hawks just a week later, his second appearance. Then 1 run against Brewster. That was the win over at Stony Brook Field, and then 4 runs in 3 innings against Bourne back last Thursday. First pitch fastball misses upstairs. Gatemen are 2-2 in his appearances this season. Big swing and a miss there from Ryan Martin. Middle of the order for Brewster. Martin, Wentz, and Coates. And it's one of those spots, Cory, that might be a little bit surprising. I know we were a little bit surprised to see Powell enter this game. But you're in a spot where this is the 6th inning and Powell is your 4th pitcher. Kind of just hoping that he can eat some innings at this point.
Yeah, it's definitely a good point considering Stark and Galley both did their jobs, had some traffic on the base pass, but it is tough with that rain delay, trying to keep your arm fresh and loose. And now having a guy throwing here, nice strikeout, who can eat some of those innings, can take you a ways deep into this ball game without having to burn too many more arms. You do have an off day Thursday, but you still want to have some of your top bullpen options fresh for Orleans tomorrow. And at the same time, I think the other side of that, too, is that you have someone who can go multiple innings now definitively, a guy who started games. But, you know, we've seen the Gatemen kind of change up the rotation a little bit. Maybe they want to see Powell as a reliever now, too.
Soft chopper over to third. Gargett charges on the bare hand throw across. The diamond is offline. Drifts all the way over to the Brewster dugout. Wentz won't advance. He stays put at first. And now they're going to rule that that went out of play as it hit the fence, and now Wentz heads on over to second.
That's a tough play to make if you're Gargett. That ball kind of dying as it continued to roll across the infield grass. Probably a situation where the approach was definitely there, the barehanded pickup, but might be better to just put it in your back pocket, let Wentz reach on the infield single, as opposed to giving him an extra base.
Yeah, it goes down as a single and then a throwing error to Gargett. Second error of the day for the Gatemen. Now a man in scoring position with one out for Colton Coates. Powell heads home. Fastball misses upstairs. You look at it, Cory, over the last few games. Powell, the fourth pitcher tonight. Sunday, 4 went against Kettleers in the win. Back on the third. Or excuse me, on Sunday, 4 pitchers went against Falmouth. So a lot of these games lately, it's been between 3, 4, 5 pitchers. And if you just continue to use bullpen arms, and you start that off in the 4th inning, and guys are only going an inning or two, you're going to wind up 5, 6, 7 pitchers by the end of the game. So a big spot for Powell here to try and keep this game tied and give the Gatemen some length. That one fouled off into the netting behind home plate.
It's a situation, I think, impacted in part by the rain, obviously, to not injure any of these guys' arms throwing, and then they have to sit, and then they're throwing again, but also by the fact that you have 2 games sandwiched in between 2 off days, so it gives you a little bit of length to use some more arms than you might usually would during a 3-game stretch or 6-game stretch.
Battle tomorrow at Orleans at 6:30, then an off day on Thursday. Fastball finds the zone.
And the fact that the Gatemen and the Whitecaps hopefully will be able to play and get this game in, ideal, because if they couldn't, you're either looking at a doubleheader or possibly even more likely the elimination of a Thursday or Monday off day to finish it.
Powell's 2-2. Breaking ball misses in the dirt.
Obviously now a game could be called because it's past that 5th inning, but would like to play it out to its completion, obviously.
Radar looking a lot better than it did about an hour ago. 55-minute rain delay. And now back in action. 1 on and 1 out. 3-2 is fouled off, slicing over the third baseline and out of play.
You can keep that foul ball courtesy of attorney Glenn.
And there wouldn't be, unless the Gatemen really want to change up their plans, there wouldn't be a reschedule for the game to be finished out on Thursday if the rain delay happened and the game was postponed and couldn't be finished. Wareham has its Water Whiz Day.
We can't cancel that.
Nice day at the water park. Second payoff pitch for Powell. Hit up in the air and out of play foul.
I'd love to see some of these guys at the water park. That's just got to be one of those fun things. They played some golf together. It's one of those
Do they have height limits
where,
at water parks? I don't remember. I know they do at some amusement parks.
I feel like I've only seen there's probably a maximum weight, but I don't think anyone's going to get to that threshold.
3-2 fastball. Outside corner, it misses. And a full count walk for Colton Coates. 2 on and 1 out.
I mean, maybe there's a height limit, but
I don't know. Well, I'm thinking for the likes of Ty Stark and Caleb Appleby.
Yeah.
If they'll be able to.
I would imagine that even if there's 1 or 2 things they couldn't do, hopefully there's a bunch of other attractions at the water park that their height would not constrain them to.
Delivery to Curse. Fastball top of the zone, right at the belt for strike 1. Are you a water park enthusiast, Cory?
I enjoy going to them, but have not been to a water park
Probably
in
a
long time.
Yeah. It would usually be a vacation staple. But
yep.
Ball skips in front of Carnes. Gloves it, but at that point, much too late and an easy 90 feet for both runners. Now both in scoring position. I haven't been to one in a while.
Really?
Yeah.
Because as a swimmer, I would think, your background, you'd enjoy a water park.
Oh, I had a blast.
Oh, yeah.
I did. But it would always just be when I would go on vacation.
Mm-hmm.
Usually up in Maine. The Aquaboggin and I had some fun times, I will say. Here's a 1-1 with the infield in. Fastball outer corner, strike 2. Nice
Is that
pitch from
like
Powell.
one of those log flumes where you get sprayed and you go up and then you come down?
I don't remember if they had that. It was more, that was just the name of the park.
Okay.
But they had a lot of fun. A lot of fun rides. And then the big wave pool, of course, because you have to have that. They had this one, and everything that I'm about to say, I really can't do it justice, so you'll have to look it up after the game, and for anyone listening. They have what I always just called the taco, and you're climbing up, I would say probably around 120 stairs. And the whole objective of it is you climb up, you have a tube, and then it's almost a straight shot down on the water. You sit in the tube and you get pushed straight down by the lifeguard, and then it just loops you back up and kind of scoops you back up, and the shape of it is just a massive taco. I used to be really scared to ride it. Big walk there from Kurst to load the bases.
So it's not really a relaxing thing. It's
No,
just
not at all. Not at all. That's the one that gets your heart rate going,
Yep.
I will say.
Yeah, I bet these guys are going to have a pretty good time on Thursday, especially given how hot it's been up here lately.
Oh, yeah. Powell struck out Martin to begin the inning. Since then, a single, followed by 2 walks. Now the bases are loaded with 1 out for Colin Priest. Breaking ball finds the inner corner.
It's been tough for Powell because he really has been locating well and where he needs to locate, bottom part of the zone. He just hasn't getting some of those calls right at around the knees. We saw a few of those against Kurst, some against Coates, and it's put him in a tough spot with the bases loaded.
0-1, misses downstairs. Priest walked in the 3rd, struck out swinging in the 4th. 3rd plate appearance here in the 6th. And a big spot for him. Infield at normal depth, can turn a double play to get out of the inning. 1-1 misses upstairs.
And this is where Powell just has to have confidence in his pitches, especially that sinker, to get out of this inning. Have some faith that if you get the hitter to produce a ground ball especially, your infield could turn a double play, but no place to put a batter with a walk.
Powell's had multiple walks in 3 of his 4 appearances this season. And now in a 3-ball, 1-strike count to Colin Priest, there's nowhere to put him. Bases loaded, 1 out. 2-2 game between Brewster and Wareham. Big pitch for Powell here. Is 3-1. Misses outside, and that'll walk in a run. An RBI the easy way for Colin Priest, and Brewster up 3-2 here in the 6th.
You just kind of saw the approach the whole at-bat. Powell was trying to go breaking ball inside, then go the other way with that sinker. A good approach to change the eye level and split the plate, both sides of it. The problem was he just wasn't locating either the sinker or the breaking ball well. And some easy takes for Priest to walk in that run.
That'll bring up Magpo. Strikeout and a walk for him as well. First pitch, big swing and a miss.
And with Lawson in the top of the order on deck, this is someone you want to go at if you're Powell. Whether it's a strikeout, whether it's a fly-out double play, you need an out here. Try and escape this inning with just a 1-run deficit.
0-1 from Powell. Upstairs and a nice swing.
And you've seen Magpo's willing to expand the zone. Use that to your advantage. You don't have to locate a pitch in the zone here. Have a couple to waste, keep him around the plate, but doesn't have to be right there.
0-2, chopped foul.
Saw it again right there. That pitch, like a breaking ball, almost hit Magpo. He's still swinging at it.
Barely got a piece of it. He stays alive. An unproductive out here would be big for the Gatemen. Kind of feels like Brewster had an inning like this, just waiting in the chamber. 4 runners left on base over the previous 3 innings. Fastball misses high, 1-2.
And at the same time, this is the danger when you just kind of stop scoring runs, don't get guys on base. Sooner or later, it just seems like your pitchers, they're doing a good job, but it's tough to keep the other team off the board completely.
1-2 from Powell. Skies 1 foul. Not a play. Corners are in. Middle infield at normal depth. McHugh a step beyond the grass. Now comes in. 1-2. Fouled off again.
We've seen a couple consecutive pitches upper part of the zone from Powell. Trying to get it by Maggelet to come up empty on a big swing and miss. It'll be interesting to see if Powell goes back to the lower part of the plate, either on that inside corner, down and in on a breaking ball, or just try and bury a slider outer part of the plate, either get a swing and a miss or a ground ball.
Powell steps off. This Brewster dugout
they're feeling it now.
They're ready. The momentum clearly on the Whitecaps side. 3-2 lead after Powell walked in a run. 1-2 count, bases remain loaded. His pitch misses in the dirt. It skips in front of Carnes. And in comes another run to score. Coates has played it on the wild pitch, and it's a 4-2 Whitecaps lead here in the 6th.
This just kind of has the feel. Obviously, only 2 runs are in right now, but it just sort of has the feel of one of those Wareham innings that it just can kind of get away from you. One of those big innings where, again, it's only 2 runs, but this was, for the most part, pretty much all self-inflicted. I know Wentz said that base hit the air by Gargett, but it wouldn't have mattered anyways because now 3 straight walks.
2-2, lined into shallow left field, but foul. That was slicing, and that one could have been close for Maggelet.
And that last pitch from Powell, we've now seen a couple of them that bounce a couple inches in front of home plate.
Yeah.
It's just a
not
situation,
particularly close
it's
pitches.
a situation where you want him to be down in the zone, but at the same time not trying to execute so perfectly. I like the approach to go down again since Maggelet had seen pitches upstairs, so changed the eye level. Just didn't locate that wild pitch, obviously, where he wanted it.
Infield is drawn in. 2-2 count to Maggelet. Powell delivers. Big swing and a miss.
And listen, credit Daniel Powell for winning that battle. Could have been easy after that wild pitch to bring in a run to just give up on the hitter. He didn't do that. Came back with a really nice breaking pitch. Started it right at the knees, dipped out of the zone. A big second out. Just a nasty pitch from Powell. He's been mixing and matching the sinker fastball and that breaking ball. That one located perfectly. He's an out away from getting out of the inning.
And he'll have to do it against Lawson, the leadoff hitter for Brewster. 2 on, 2 outs, both in scoring position. First pitch from Powell. Breaking ball that finds the inside corner, strike 1.
And some of these times where these close games have come back to bite the Gatemen, it's where the other team has a big inning, and then it just keeps to build and build and build, and the offenses kind of stop producing, and they just can't claw their way back into the games.
Powell's 0-1. Big swing and a miss. Strike 2.
And 2 runs is certainly not insurmountable by any stretch, but again, give the numbers. The Gatemen have not hit well. Again, last in the league after the 7th inning and later. So the trend are not great, but still a chance here if Powell can get out of the inning.
2 runs in the first for Wareham. Since then, nothing on the board. 0-2, just misses.
And there have been a lot of close pitches this inning for Powell that I think could go either way that he has just not gotten, especially at the bottom part of the zone.
Still ahead 1-2 on Lawson. Carson, Priest remain on base. Powell's 1-2. Got him swinging. Powell strikes out the side. Brewster plates 2 and takes a 4-2 lead heading into the home half of the 6th right here on Cape League TV.
Sports Turf Specialties has set the standard for high-quality natural grass athletic field construction. As a full-service athletic field construction company, we specialize in design, build, and renovation of native soil, modified soil, and sand-based athletic fields. Our team will provide you with superior quality, expert guidance, and continuing support long after the completion of our project. We are proud to have built the infield for the Wareham Gatemen field. Go Gatemen.
There hasn't been a ton of training when it comes to bat speed or products for players to be able to train bat speed. You can improve your bat speed and reach your goals working 10 to 15 minutes a day on this a couple of times a week. That's a no-brainer for every player. You can make any bat feel lighter by adding a velo puck knob. Instead of having to go get a whole entirely new bat, you can simply add the puck to it. Players can use this with any bat. It's basically going to shift the weight of the bat a little bit more towards the hands. Players are able to hit the ball a lot harder just by simply adding the puck on.
Brewster plates 2 in the top of the 6th. The Gatemen trying to answer in the home half. And while we get ready to get underway with the heart of the order for Wareham, we're joined by a very special guest over from that Gateman dugout, Carson Mayfield. Carson, this is a little new. How you doing over there?
I'm good. Thank you guys for having me. It's see how this goes.
Thanks for joining us. This is certainly our first time doing anything like this. What's the
Mine
vibe
too.
in the dugout right now?
It's a little weird. Obviously, we're coming out of rain delay, but we got Carney up here. Hopefully, we get something going ringing this bell.
First pitch to Carnes, fastball, outer corner for a strike.
Carson, I want to start with that triangle in the dugout. What has it been like having that thing in there? How's the team responded to it? Are you guys just looking to ride that the rest of the way?
Yeah, it's just something we want to have some fun with. I don't know if you can hear behind me, but meowing in the dugout too. Coach Smythe has just preached, having fun this year. Something that, we have a long grind of a season like this, games every day pretty much. Have a little energy in the dugout, and something Colby Turner and I found in the Gator. Pre-game we were doing field work, and it was just in the Gator, and pulled it out and became our thing last game and worked out well for us. So hopefully it can bring us just some juice here in the last 4 innings.
Yeah, you mentioned the meowing, and that was something that back on Sunday you kind of got yelled at for. That clearly still hasn't died down from where it was over the weekend.
No, it's an interesting thing. Not everybody is on board with it, but it does bring some energy. Cats, dogs, you name it. It's probably those sounds are probably coming from us.
Can we get your best impression? I had Cory do one after you scored 10 runs. That's a lot better than what Cory had.
Because I feel like Brewster's giving you guys a run for your money because they've been pretty loud tonight.
Yeah, it's a big matchup for the coaching staff too. A lot of these guys, they coach together during the college season, so it's big top down. There's a lot of energy from coaching staff down to us, and kind of motivates us, and we want to win for them. We won the first game at their field, and obviously they're trying to take us today. So want to not let that happen the last 4 innings and put some runs on the board and keep them at 4.
Talk to me about that rain delay. Obviously, you not pitching today and everything, but like everybody else trying to stay loose. From a pitching perspective, what would you have done if you knew that you were going to come into the game a little bit later on to try and keep yourself fresh?
Yeah, it's a little tough. Obviously, you're used to your routines. I haven't come out of the pen. I came out of the pen for the first time this year, for the first time in 2 years. But it's something you just got to stay loose, know that your name might be called, and try to do your best to go through routines and stick to what you know. And most of the time it works out for you. Starkey did a great job for us coming out of the pen, getting out of that jam, and then Patrick getting out of that jam too. So it's been big for the guys, and hopefully we can keep them here at 4, like I said.
It was obviously a bit of a tough start to the team for July, those 5 losses, but obviously that huge bounce-back win, the 16 runs against Katuitt on Sunday. So how are you guys kind of looking to build off of that? Obviously the standings are all really close, so what's the mindset? What's Coach Smythe saying to you guys, and how is the team, do you think, going to try and climb the standings over the second half of the season?
Yeah, like Coach Smythe said, it's a lot of just having fun and putting together plate appearances, putting together innings on the mound. It's a long season, and everything's tight all the time, and kind of starting to figure out lineup stuff and where to go in the bullpen, and it's all coming together. I think it's going to be good. I think team vibes are high overall. People took the loft day yesterday and golfed and did a bunch of things together. which I think is a testament to how we are as a group. We're pretty tight, even though it's summer ball. So I think just keep riding that wave, and things will work out for us here in the rest of the year.
What have you been doing on your off days so far this season?
I went to the Red Sox game last night, courtesy of our GM, Jace Manali, so that was fun. Went with my teammate Colin Ritchie right in front of me. Yeah, he just pointed up to you guys. But yeah, so I've been trying to golf when I can. I'm injured, so I'm rehabbing a little bit. But yeah, and just enjoying it a bunch of time, taking time off from the field and just getting a nice rest.
Colby Turner strikes out looking to end the inning. Carson, thanks for joining us. We really appreciate it. We move into the later half of this game. Carson, it was a pleasure to have you on.
Absolutely. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Law. Live, life, law. Covering all residential and commercial real estate matters. You live life to the fullest, and let us Sync Law. That's synklaw.com. Sync with an I, not a Y. Be selfish. We represent only you.
Sports Turf Specialties has set the standard for high-quality natural grass athletic field construction. As a full-service athletic field construction company, we specialize in design, build, and renovation of native soil, modified soil, and sand-based athletic fields. Our team will provide you with superior quality, expert guidance, and continuing support long after the completion of our project. We are proud to have built the infield for the Wareham Gatemen field. Go Gatemen.
If you can dream it, if you can cruise in it, if you can summer in it, fish from it, or take it for a day at the beach, we can protect it. The Baldwin Group, protecting the possible.
Cool Code, located on Route 6 on the Wareham-Marion line.
Final 3 innings of action here from Spillane Field. Gateman down 4-2 to Brewster. Daniel Powell back on the mound. Defensive substitution for the Gateman. Landon Stripling enters in over at third base, so he replaces Caius Gargett. Haven't seen a whole lot of Stripling over the last few days, but now a big chance for him to try and swing some momentum offensively. Had a nice stretch over the last few weeks.
Yeah, he provides you some lefty on base skills, some contact skills from that third base spot, but almost and I think equally as importantly, he's really provided some shutdown, lockdown defense over at third base. I mean, the past few weeks, he's just been a vacuum, and down by 2, getting late into this one, you need defense first. The offense has struggled a little bit, so you need to keep this deficit where it is at 2.
Powell faced 7 batters in the 6th. He struck out the side. 2 runs came in to score. First pitch swing and a miss from Cal Fisher. It'll be 2-3-4 for the Whitecaps here in the 7th. Powell struck out Martin to begin the inning. Then a single, 3 straight walks. Wild pitch in there as well. 2 strikeouts. Kept Brewster to just 2 runs on the board. Gatemen haven't scored since the first. Pretty quiet offensively after that first inning of action. They started off the game with 4 straight hits. 1-1, big cut and miss.
It's be interesting to see that momentum that Wareham had offensively just kind of dissipate, but I think the way this team has been hitting, it's something that they can just find the last 3 innings of this one, but the deficit gets any larger, it becomes more difficult, obviously.
And if you're Powell, you have to know that. You have to keep it at this. You can't really think about, I gave up, I gave up the tie. At this point, it's just limit the damage. Continue to give the offense a fighting chance. 2-2, fouled back.
And we've talked about how the offenses across the league have just been on fire lately. If you're Powell, it's just, again, it's about location as it is for every pitcher, but he's done a nice job mixing location with his pitches, but just sometimes it's gotten away from him too much and there have been non-competitive pitches.
2-2, breaking ball hit high in the air into left field, but drifting foul into the night sky. So Stripling replaced Gargett at third, and then Gargett followed up and replaced Braden Randall at second. So 2 defensive changes for the Gatemen. Powell kicks and deals his 2-2, high in the air, shallow left field. Drifting back is Sheehan, calls off the troops, and he makes the grab.
And that's really an admirable effort by Powell right there, and perfect example of what he's probably going to try and do. Fisher on that last pitch before the pop-out smoked that foul ball. Yeah, he was about a mile early on it, but he still clobbered it. And Powell didn't let that affect him. Came right back at Fisher, got the pop-out.
They'll have to come at Alex Sosa here. Doubled in the fourth. Move some guys over. That was the start of the rally. First 2 runs of the game for Brewster. Ryan Martin followed him up with the 2 RBI single. Chopped foul. Sosa hit that off of his foot, and he'll take a walk.
And that's a situation where you saw or heard the whole Gateman dugout react to that.
It's a lot of oohs and not followed by very many ahs.
And it's been fun to see. Obviously, hope Sosa's okay, but it's been fun to hear the banter between these 2 dugouts, as we kind of talked to Carson Mayfield a little bit about. But without that kind of consistent, quiet chatter from the fans spread throughout the stadium, that kind of nullifies the noise from the dugouts. You've really been able to hear both of the 2 dugouts pipe up pretty consistently throughout this one.
I mean, they both want to win so badly for their coaches, especially after the Gatemen grabbed the first matchup of the season. Nice shot from Jack McSorley, videographer. Has a nice shot of Cory and I.
I didn't know where he was at first. He's right there.
You're trying to find him. Yep, there he is.
Hopefully he can't pick up how caked in sweat I am right now.
I played basketball for an hour and a half before. I left our house a little early.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah. I wanted to get some hoops in.
It was only like, what, 90 degrees or 92 or something?
Yeah, only. Ball gets away from Carnes. Count 1 ball and 2 strikes.
And I thought the weather might cool things off. Maybe thunderstorm roll in, cool things off.
Well, that's why
really
I think we all thought
that
the radar was going to hold up for what it was. Of eventually the heat kind of has to break. I guess it did a little bit, but not nearly to the extent that we thought it was going to. Down in the high 70s now. But, I mean, low 90s this morning. Fouls 1-2. Chopped foul. Ricochets over the Brewster dugout and out of play.
And it is going to cool off, it seems like. I don't know if I'm going to listen to what the weather forecast says in store after tonight, but it is supposed to cool off the next several days.
Yeah, well, the forecast has rain every day from today until next Tuesday. But it doesn't seem as of right now that it's going to affect games as much. It seems like it's overnight.
Really early and
yeah,
really late.
Which is good, thankfully. Just get these games in now on the scheduled dates. Powell's 2-2. Big swing and a miss. Sosa down on strikes.
You know, Powell's been engaged in a lot of battles in terms of at-bats that have ratcheted up the pitch count. But especially the past 2 against Fisher, then against Sosa, started to get into a lot of pitches. Took him 7 to win that battle right there. And credit to Powell, he continues to fight back. If hitters are fouling off tough pitches, he's not giving in.
Martin takes a pitch upstairs. He's got 2 strikeouts. Two outs here in the 7th. Powell trying to go 1-2-3. Big swing and a miss from Martin. Count even, a ball and a strike.
And with how he's been more efficient this inning, I think, as we talked about, maybe this is what the Gateman envisioned. He can pitch the 7th and hopefully out for the 8th and takes care of Brewster then. His offense hopefully backs him up.
Fastball misses upstairs. You mentioned the offense backing him up. Down 2 runs. Gateman, one of, if not the worst team across Cape Cod.
In terms of average,
after the 7th inning. It's a pretty neat stat. Isn't it great that we have access to those type of advanced statistics?
And it's just sort of a weird kind of trend that all of a sudden obviously 1 through 6, that's encompassing a lot of innings and at-bats, much less so than 7 through 9. But the fact that the hitting just kind of trails off, it's just very interesting. And obviously,
well, it's important to note, especially as this team wants to continue to fight for a playoff spot. About halfway, this is the halfway mark of the season. Got to perform well in those later innings when you get into close contests. Tonight, a perfect example. Powell steps off ahead of his payoff.
And you go back to Tuesday, they scored 16 runs. 9 of those 16 came in the first 2 innings. You have the 2 runs tonight. Even going back to that Falmouth game a couple weeks ago, they won 4-1, but those 4 runs scored early in that game.
Came early, yeah.
First 6 innings, so. And obviously, 2 runs tonight, people may be thinking, well, where's all this offense? And the trends and the numbers point to the fact that Sunday was not a fluke. That was not just one game because, again, the past 15 games, they do lead the Cape in runs and hits, but it's just maybe that one last missing piece is getting that to translate. For whatever reason, it hasn't the last 3 innings.
Powell gets ready, kicks and deals his payoff pitch. Got him swinging.
That Gateman strikeout is brought to you by the law offices.
3 up, 3 down in the 7th. A pair of strikeouts for Powell. And Brewster remains ahead only by 2 heading into the home half of the 7th. Wareham trying to equalize the score.
Turf Specialties has set the standard for high-quality natural grass athletic field construction. As a full-service athletic field construction company, we specialize in design, build, and renovation of native soil, modified soil, and sand-based athletic fields. Our team will provide you with superior quality, expert guidance, and continuing support long after the completion of our project. We are proud to have built the infield for the Wareham Gatemen field. Go Gatemen.
There hasn't been a ton of training when it comes to bat speed or products for players to be able to train bat speed. You can improve your bat speed and reach your goals working 10 to 15 minutes a day on this a couple of times a week. That's a no-brainer for every player. You can make any bat feel lighter by adding a velo puck knob. Instead of having to go get a whole entirely new bat, you can simply add the puck to it. Players can use this with any bat. It's basically going to shift the weight of the bat a little bit more towards the hands. Players are able to hit the ball a lot harder just by simply adding the puck on.
6, 7, 8 for the Gatemen here in the 7th. Still trailing Brewster 4-2. Lance Davis back out for his 4th inning of action. He'll face Richie McDonald and Gargett here for the Gatemen.
Now batting the center fielder, number 13, Colin Ritchie from Oklahoma
Chance for the Gatemen to start their offensive outburst right now. Obviously, Clark and Carnes at the top of the order have kind of been leading the offense recently. The 2 catchers on the roster for the Gatemen have talked about how productive they have been. Clark has kind of transitioned to first base. He's played some left field. And credit Carnes from holding it down back there, making consecutive starts now. The off days certainly help, but you said it earlier, Josh. It's an added bonus when you get 2 backstops who are good defensively. You can also chip in, and they're doing their fair share at the top of the order.
Both of them are 1 for 3 with a single today. Penciled in 2 and 3 respectively in this Gateman lineup. And it really is great to have that production from them. Clark in left field today. Carnes behind the plate. He's been taking a majority of the catching reps. It's one of those luxuries, but everybody else also has to come up in some big spots. Richie takes 0-2.
And I am curious to see how often or how little we see Clark behind the plate the rest of the way. We talked about how Tennessee's got a really crowded catcher room, and so how does he fit in there? Well, he's got a great bat. First base room, not quite as crowded, so he's getting some reps there and doing a nice job.
1-2 to Richie. Big swing and a miss.
And so that's going to mean Carnes is going to have to play more games behind the plate than you would in a platoon situation. The off days can help ease that load, but it's just such a physically demanding position. But Carnes has shown he's capable of doing that in back-to-back games, and then Clark's going to have to adjust to left field and first base, it seems like, more so regularly.
Well, especially with the loss of Ty Daly for the Gatemen this year. First base becoming a lot more as an option for Clark. Chris McHugh has taken a majority of those reps, but you can kind of work him around. DH'd over the weekend against Kettleers. McDonald quickly behind 0-2.
The Gatemen just don't seem to be catching up to this fastball from Lance Davis. I mean, it seems like everything, whether it's velocity, whether it's movement, they're just kind of consistently off balance on that pitch.
0-2 to McDonald, the breaking ball that he fouls off.
And then he's been mixing in a breaking ball. I mean, Davis has shut the Gatemen down since he came into this game. And it's just interesting to see. We've gone through this lineup against Davis now. Hitters are starting to see him more and more, but it's been a lot of strikeouts and then some weak contact mixed in there.
0-2 to McDonald. Golfs at it and misses. Drop third strike. Sosa with a nice toss to first for the second out.
And it's just Davis has been so efficient. He's attacking hitters from the get-go every at-bat. He's not getting behind in the count, which has really benefited him. He's throwing pitches around the zone, and whether it's a fastball, whether it's a breaking ball, the Gateman hitters have just kind of come up empty on just about every swing.
Well, since that first inning, it's been really tough sledding for the Gatemen. Kai Scargett walked to lead off that second inning. And since then, Brewster has faced the minimum. Breaking ball over the heart of the plate for Gargett. He's behind 0-1. Owen Pruksch, I should say, gave up his only 4 hits and 2 runs in that first inning. Since then was pretty much flawless. Lance Davis has picked up right where Pruksch left off.
It's just sort of uncharacteristic to see, even with the late inning struggles, the offense looks so fantastic in the first inning and then just trail off to the degree that it has.
0-2 to Gargett. Chases a fastball and fouls it off.
And you said face the minimum since that
4 up in the second, 3 in the third, 3 in the fourth, 3 in the fifth, 3 in the sixth.
And it's just there's no hard contact there either,
No.
really. I mean, what balls have been put in play, lazy fly balls or weak groundouts. I think the Gatemen, they're ready to rally behind something, but someone has to score up a baseball first.
Davis has 7 strikeouts in 3 2/3 innings. He was ready to make it 8. Keith Peterson disagreed. It's 1-2.
And listen, credit Davis especially. As I mentioned, he's been really effective. He's been locating his fastball and then breaking pitches really well out of part of the zone. Tough for hitters to do anything with some of these pitches with that deception and location.
1-2 delivery to Gargett. It misses outside. He's worked it back to even. That fastball up at 95, so Davis still working pretty high in his velocity range. Kicks and deals. 2-2 to Gargett. Breaking ball and gets a piece of it.
And Gargett's doing what you have to do against a pitcher who's really locating well with the great stuff that he has. You just got to battle because it gives you a chance to see another pitch. It's going to be tough for Davis to execute continually on every consecutive pitch. And then if you can get a base runner on, the pressure ratchets up a little bit because then the tying runs at the plate.
2-2. Davis delivers. Breaking ball misses downstairs. From 0-2 to 3-2, Gargett's worked it full. Van Shayen waits on deck. Bottom of the order for the Gatemen here in the 7th.
This has been a really great at-bat from Gargett. Deserves to get on first base either with a base hit or a walk.
Have to face Davis for one more pitch. His payoff is cut on and missed. Davis strikes out the side. He has still faced the minimum since he entered in the 4th. And the Gatemen still trail 4-2 heading into the top half of the 8th on Cape League TV.
Finding a good personal injury attorney is very difficult. If you or a family member has been involved in an accident, hurt at work, suffered a slip and fall, or have been injured due to negligence of someone else, contact the lawyers at Reedy, Kiernan, and McNally, LLP today. They are experienced trial attorneys who practice in all of the courts in the Commonwealth. The firm has been recognized by Best Lawyers in America for outstanding legal representation. Contact Reedy, Kiernan, and McNally, LLP today. The firm is located at 267 Main Street in Wareham. Reedy, Kiernan, and McNally, LLP also has offices in New Bedford and Falmouth. Call 508-295-0286 or visit their website, www.rkm-law.com.
Top of the 8th from Spillane Field. Brewster still leads Wareham 4-2. And while we got to talk to Carson Mayfield back earlier in this game, we were joined by another special guest, Amanda Foster, former sideline reporter for the Gatemen.
Yes, thank you guys so much for having me. I've missed this booth a lot.
Thank you for joining us. How different is the field since you were here?
Goodness.
You like it a lot more?
I do. I don't miss the dugouts that are in the ground that would flood every time it rained, especially tonight. That's good that they're, normal now. It looks great. It looks phenomenal.
What about the cage? I know that was a big staple over in left field. The cage above third base?
I didn't even realize that was
it's
going.
not there. Yeah.
I luckily never really had to deal with that because that was always the visiting broadcasters. Very, very different, though. So I bet everybody else is happy that the cage is gone. So
obviously we've already experienced some of the memories and the great experiences being up on the Cape. Have to offer any from you that you remember that just kind of stand out?
I had a feeling you were going to ask that. That it's really, really difficult because I was here for a whole summer and then I was here for half the summer last year. And so there's a lot. But I think, honestly, the very beginning of my first summer, it was just something was clicking with the team in terms of how they got along with the interns, how they got along with each other, how they got along with the coaches. And it was probably the best introduction to the Cape that I could have asked for. I didn't really know what I was getting into. I'm from up in Maine, but I had never been down to Cape Cod. And I didn't know a whole lot about the Cape League. So to be able to come here, and that was Coach Smythe's first season as well, so we were all kind of in it together, figuring everything out kind of on the fly. But I made some really, really good friends that first year, and I can't pick one memory because they were all just too good.
So what brings you back here to, kind of revisit all of your fun glory days with us today?
So I'm living out in Indiana now, but I've still got family up in Maine, and so I planned to come to Maine for the week, and then realized that the Gatemen were going to be here, and it worked out for me to come down just for tonight's game, and then head back up home tomorrow. So just happened to come by, and I wanted to come by and see everybody because I got really close, not just with the other interns when I was here, but with all the people around here. I'm sure you guys know everybody who helps out here with concessions and security and everything like that, and Coach Smythe as well. So just had to come and say hi to everybody, check in, see how everyone was doing.
You mentioned living in Indiana now,
yeah.
Working for the Colts.
Correct.
How's that been?
It is phenomenal. I don't know if I have enough words to describe how blessed I feel to be able to have that opportunity, especially still relatively, young out of college. Everything I could have asked for and more within the last season, and I'll be going back this season in the same writing role. Being here helped me so much, even if it's baseball and football. You learn how to develop relationships with people, and that is the biggest, most important thing that you could ever ask for, kind of going into the professional world.
Any challenges or anything that you picked up from your time up here that you've really been able to apply now to working with the Colts specifically?
I think so. I didn't really work a lot in football when I was in college. I went to IU. I did a lot of baseball and basketball and soccer. And so I think being up here kind of gave me a new sense of confidence going into football, because being here kind of reinforced for me that I was good at my job and that I really loved what I was doing. And so to have that kind of in the back of my mind going into a completely new sport and with an NFL team, like, I don't really know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm walking into. But it was the same thing. I didn't know what I was walking into here when I first got here. And it turned turned into one of the most incredible experiences that I've had. So the level of confidence that you get if you do it the right way here, it will follow you the rest of your career.
Talk about the relationship that you had with the interns as a whole. Do you still keep in touch with a lot of them over the years?
I sent them pictures of the field because most of them haven't been here, and they were like, oh my gosh, it looks so different, and oh, I miss it, and I wish I was there, and all of that. Yeah, there were a couple girls that I got really close with because you guys know, you're in the car with them, you're traveling with them, you live with some of them, and you're with them all the time. So it's a great way to make really good friendships.
So I have to ask this. You working for the Colts. Chopper over to third, and an easy play for Stripling. I'm thinking about drafting Jonathan Taylor for fantasy football this year. Is that going to be a good choice or no?
Well, I don't know how much I'm allowed to say. No.
That's not helpful.
I know. I would say yes, because I like Jonathan Taylor, and I think he will have a good year because I think I have to think that. No, yes. Bottom line, yes.
Works for me. Thank you so much for joining us.
Don't come for me if it doesn't work out.
Well, I won't. I promise. I promise. Thank you so much for joining us, Amanda.
Thank you guys so much.
Heading into the bottom half of the eighth, it's still 4-2 after a quick inning from Logan Baisley on Cape League TV.
Law. Live, life, law. Covering all residential and commercial real estate matters. You live life to the fullest and let us Sync Law. That's synclaw.com. Sync with an I, not a Y. Be selfish. We represent only you.
Sports Turf Specialties has set the standard for high-quality natural grass athletic field construction. As a full-service athletic field construction company, we specialize in design, build, and renovation of native soil, modified soil, and sand-based athletic fields. Our team will provide you with superior quality, expert guidance, and continuing support long after the completion of our project. We are proud to have built the infield for the Wareham Gatemen field. Go Gatemen.
If you can dream it, if you can cruise in it, if you can summer in it, fish from it, or take it for a day at the beach, we can protect it. The Baldwin Group. Protecting the possible.
Six outs left for the Gatemen, still trailing Brewster 4-2 here from Spillane Field. It'll be a difficult spot to try and get some runs back after just 2 runs in the first and none since. Brady Lauk on the mound, the lefty in for the Whitecaps. Wareham looks to respond.
The good news for the Gatemen is that the pitcher on the mound is not named Lance Davis. We talked about how
That's
efficient
a good place
he was.
to start.
It is, and listen, I mean, Wareham faced the lefty Brooks to begin the game. They scored 2 runs off of him. The Gatemen have been pretty much fairly similar in terms of how they've hit lefties versus righties. But I think when you go down this lineup, you obviously have more righties than lefties, so the platoon advantage in this situation, I think, favors the Gatemen. Obviously, it's a new pitcher that you have to adjust to, but the inefficiency and the inability to hit Davis, I think Wareham's really going to be excited that they can face a new arm.
The lefty Brooks struggled back in that first inning. Gave up 4 straight hits, a triple and 3 singles. Colby Turner, a sac fly. 2 runs plated for the Gatemen. None since then. Just 1 batter over the minimum from innings 2 through 7. It's been tough sledding since that first inning. And now Lauk ready to deal. Kicks and delivers his first pitch. Fastball misses downstairs at 90 miles an hour.
The name of the game for the Gatemen right now is base runners. Obviously, that's how you score runs and tie the game, but I think Davis was able to pitch so effectively because he faced no traffic on the base pass, so he was never really in a tension-high spot that he had to make perfect pitches.
Sheehan skies one into shallow center field. Magpose drifts over to his left, settles, and makes the catch. Out number 1 in the 8th. An easy pop out for Van Sheehan in center field.
And if you really want to try and score against a guy who at FSU, but he's only making his 2nd appearance out of the bullpen this summer, get a couple base runners on against him to really make this an appearance as uncomfortable as you can as a team offensively. You get guys on first and second, all of a sudden the complexion changes if you're Lauk because you have to execute and there's not a lot of margin for error.
Landon Stripling now at the top of this Gateman order. Braden Randall's night is done. First pitch fastball. Finds the corner of the zone for strike one. Stripling came in at third in place of Gargett. Gargett then moved over to second to take Randall out for the night. Still two lefties for the Gatemen in the order tonight. 0-1, fouled off and out of play down the left field line.
And it's tough when you're Stripling coming off the bench cold. First at bat right here in a pretty big spot, already behind in the count 0-2. But how huge would a one-out base runner be ahead of Levi Clark, Hunter Carnes, and Chris McHugh? And Colby Turner. It's just like you keep on going through the middle part of this order. All righties right there.
Name of the game, you just got to get on base. Next man up mentality. Help your guys out. 0-2. Checked his swing. Did he go around? He held up. Close one for Stripling, but he stays alive in the count. It's 1-2.
It's all about battling right now. 2 quick strikes, able to hold off on the swing right there. Either take some close pitches, foul a couple off, try and work your way back in the count, draw a walk, get something to hit.
Laux 1-2, chopped foul, and Stripling stays alive.
There's a lot of movement on that breaking ball, just kind of slows up at that last minute. Credit Stripling, pulled off it a little bit, but just not enough. Great job to get a piece of it on a really tough pitch.
Stripling is 0 for his last 13. Before that, 4 for 7. Back a few weeks ago, 3 for 3 with a double against YD on the 28th. 1-2 to him. Chopper over to short. Charging in is Fisher and makes the play across the diamond for out number 2.
Good job by Lauk. Didn't give in to that at bat. Another good-looking breaking ball. Stripling able to fight it off, go the other way. But Lauk has been efficient to start off Sheehan and now Stripling. This is where the Gateman, obviously, you'd like some guys on base ahead of these hitters. Give them a higher chance to see something to hit. But right now in the 8th and then bottom of the 9th as well, you got some of your big dogs at the plate.
Yeah, well, now you get into this string of righties. Clark, Carnes, McHugh, Turner. 4 straight for the Gateman here. First pitch, big swing and a miss from Clark. Richie separates the following 3 righties, McDonald, Gargett, and Sheehan. As long as one guy can get on, that would bring the tying run up to the plate. 0-1 to Clark. This is outside.
It's interesting because I talked about how the Gatemen are last across the Cape in average, 7th inning or later, but they also have the second best average across the league at .299 when they're trailing. Now that encompasses all 9 innings, so not just the later half of games.
But still,
when they've been down, they've found ways to come back, especially early in games. Can they do it late here?
And even if it hasn't been, coming back all the way, clearly no quit in this group. Down 9-0 against Chatham after 3 innings. Come back, you only lose by 5, 11-6. But at one point, that lead was cut just about in half, 9-4. All 4 of those runs came in the following 3 innings. Gave Wareham a chance. A couple more pitching mistakes, and that game really got put out of reach for the Anglers. Certainly a team that can rally. 2-1. Fastball. Inner half of the plate, strike 2.
Looked like just a 2-seamer there.
Had
Clark,
some run on it.
Yeah, Clark thought it was going to stay inside, and last minute moves across the inner part of the plate. Good pitch from Lauk. He's looked sharp since coming in.
Clark reaches, Hunter Carnes comes up to bat. 2-2. Chopped foul. And into the netting.
And again, that platoon advantage, it definitely favors the Gatemen. 13 of their 15 home runs have come from right-handed bats. That's sometimes just a function of who they have in terms of power bats, but they got 4 big ones starting here with Levi Clark, trying to keep this inning alive.
Clark has 3 of them. Here's his 2-2. Held up his swing. And a payoff coming up to him.
What I really admire about Levi Clark, we've seen a lot of really big swings early on in counts, but then when he gets to 2 strikes, he shortens up and protects. You saw it right there. Fastball upper part of the zone, trying to entice the batter to swing at, lays off, and now he gets to a payoff pitch right here.
3-2 to Clark. Big swing and a miss. Gatemen go down in order in the 8th. And it'll be up to the defense to keep the deficit just at 2 to hopefully head into the bottom of the 9th with a chance to tie or win the game. Brewster up for the final time tonight. Catch the action on Cape League TV.
Here at the Mass State Lottery, we're known for our monster wins. But there's no bigger win than the $1 billion we provide each year to support all 351 cities and towns in Massachusetts. In our game, we know that supporting local businesses and helping communities is how we all win. Because at the lottery, we're all playing for the home team. The Mass State Lottery. Welcome to the state of winning.
A+ repairs smartphones, tablets, game consoles, and computers. Get it done right the first time.
Cape Cod Central Railroad is proud to sponsor the Wareham Gatemen for the 2nd year in a row. Experience the scenic beauty of Cape Cod like never before. Journey through picturesque marshes, cranberry bogs, and dunes on our historic rail line. Whether you're savoring a 5-course gourmet dinner, enjoying a Sunday brunch with a live jazz band, or bringing the family on a narrated excursion, there's a ride for everyone. Departing from Hyannis and Buzzards Bay, visit capetrain.com to book your ride today.
This broadcast is a copyrighted production of the Cape Cod Baseball League. Any other unauthorized duplication, retransmission, or other use is strictly prohibited. Top of the 9th for the Gatemen. Logan Baisley back on the mound. There's a nice shot of our general manager, Jay Spinelli. He's having a nice day. Let's check what's going on around the league. Orleans and Cotuit ended up tying at 2. So that's a big game for the Gatemen. 2nd tie of the season for the Kettleers. Elsewhere, Falmouth leads Harwich 7-4 in the 6th. Hyannis narrowly up on Bourne 5-4. And heading into the 5th, YD ahead on Chatham 2-0. A couple of those big games for the Gatemen to keep an eye on. Bourne falls, Cotuit ties. If those scores hold up, a potential loss to the Whitecaps makes it a little bit easier. Don't lose a whole lot of ground from those teams directly in front of you in the West Division.
No, and at the very least, again, a long ways to go here in the season, but at the very least, try and get yourself into playoff position as quickly as possible. That way you don't have to cover as much ground the back half of the summer. And it's nice to see, regardless of the scores, who's winning all of these games. They've been able to resume after the weather difficulties and get back underway.
First pitch to Colin Priest, swing and a miss. Baisley back on the mound, 2nd inning of action for him. Just trying to hold Brewster to just a 2-run lead. Fastball misses outside. Brewster not very happy with that strike call, but now Baisley ahead 1-2.
Baisley was really sharp in the 8th, 3 up, 3 down, 2 strikeouts. He's a guy who's going to be around the plate pretty much his entire outing. Just going to be a question of how well can he locate, and if he's going to be around the plate, he's got to be pretty precise with his location. He's going to give hitters some pitches to swing at, but if he locates them well, they might come up empty. They might produce some weak outs.
1-2, high chop over to short, Sheehan. Nice play, and throw across the diamond for out number 1.
Nice play by Shane. Obviously, with those high choppers, you have 2 choices. Come in charge and get it, or wait back. Hope that the hop doesn't kind of eat you up on a wild bounce. He made a nice decision there. Got a high hop, plenty of velocity and accuracy on the throw. And Baisley's looked sharp through the first 4 hitters he's faced.
It's his 4th appearance of the season, first out of the bullpen. 3 starts, 2 against YD, 1 against Chatham. Had a really nice start in his first appearance of the season. 3 innings, 4 hits, no runs. Struck out 1, walked 3. Those other 2, a bit shaky. That's why, as of now, supports an ERA above 3. Or, excuse me, above 8. 1-0. Misses inside.
Just when he's missed with his location and hung pitches around the middle part of the plate where he's gotten into some trouble, but he's going to be around the zone pretty much the whole time.
2-0 to Magpo. Misses inside, and it's 3 balls, no strikes to the 9-hitter for Brewster.
Except this at bat right now, just a couple of uncharacteristic misses.
Fastball finds the zone, gets his first strike. Lawson stands on deck. You really don't want to have to go through the Brewster order a 5th time, or at least keep it to a minimum. Lawson, the only one officially due up. 3-1 top corner. Nice pitch from Baisley to work his way back into the count for a payoff.
Yeah, and you certainly don't want to go through them with guys on base, especially when this game could, at that point, potentially get out of hand.
3-2. Misses below the knees. And a full count walk for Adam Magpo, 1-out base runner here for Brewster. Any insurance is good insurance if you're the Whitecaps right now.
It really is, again, especially given who is up for the Gatemen. You start with Carnes, you start with McCune, and then Turner, 3, 4, 5 in the order. And listen, 1 base runner that gets on base for Wareham as of now. The tying runs at the plate. Scratch across a couple insurance runs. That's not the case anymore.
It's Baisley's job as of now. Just keep it to just a 2-run deficit. Thinking back to that outing against Chatham, his last time up, that was the first loss of July, first game of July for the Gatemen. Pitched a 1-2-3 first inning, and then that second inning, 4 hits, 5 runs, 4 of them earned.
Now batting the third baseman, number 19, Brendan Lawson from Florida.
So now in that second inning of action here, trying to flip the script. Big swing and a miss, and Magpo back safely.
And we've seen Magpo, his speed has kind of played a part in an error. Galley trying with the pickoff throw earlier in this game. I think the focus right now, as much as you can, has to be on the batter.
Another check over. Magpo gets back in safely.
And listen, if you have a good pickoff move, why not try and use it? But again, at the end of the day, if you want to throw over and keep him as close and try and prevent him to get into scoring position, fine. But it can't take away from your focus to the batter.
Another check over, tag applied late. That was how the Gatemen escaped a lot of trouble when these two teams met at Stony Brook Field just a few weeks ago. A couple pickoffs on runners on base. 1-1, runner goes. Hit and run and fouled off of Lawson's foot. He's in some pain. He takes a walk before stepping back into the box. Try and recollect himself. Magpo, heads back to first.
And that kind of seems like this entire at-bat they've been waiting for a hit-and-run opportunity. You saw Magpo on one pitch start, then stop, is motion to second base. So trying to create an opening, maybe left side of the infield, get Lawson an opportunity to get his barrel on the ball and then possibly plate that run on one hit with Magpo in motion. If you're Baisley, though, you're a strike away from getting that big second out regardless.
Another check over. No tag applied. At least a delayed one there from McHugh. I mean, you got 2 strikes. Just kind of got to focus on Lawson here. If he goes, he goes. Carnes has a cannon behind home. He goes again. Big jump, bobble there from Carnes. Close play either way, but Magpo is safe.
That bobble Certainly might have cost the out right there, but it's just tough. You figured sooner rather than later Magpo was going to swipe second.
That was still really close.
It was. I mean, it was a good pitch for Carnes to throw down on. That bobble probably cost him. Just tough when in the back of your mind you know the guy's going, got a decent jump, and you're trying to make that perfect throw. But again, it's the same situation for Baza. I know Magpo's now in scoring position, but you got 2 strikes on Lawson.
Got to get this out. Long look over at second, and now goes home. Misses downstairs, and a good block from Carnes to keep it in front for a payoff coming up to Brendan Lawson, the third baseman.
And this is the danger and why you want guys on base, even if they don't score right away. It's obviously you're trying to bury a breaking ball there anyways if you're Baisley, but having Magpo on second, it's in the back of your mind, and it makes it more difficult to execute when you come home.
Baisley deals his payoff, is skied into left field and drifting foul out of play.
And so if you're able to hold runners on without losing your executional ability when you come home, that's fine. It's just more difficult to do that because you're trying to do 2 things at once. Keep the running game in check while also deal a solid pitch to the batter, and it's hard to execute both.
Runner on second and out here in the 9th. Big lead, now runner goes, and Carnes doesn't even throw down. Tried to get the frame good for Baisley, but a full count walk to Lawson has runners on the corners here in the 9th.
And with a lefty batter, it's obviously easier to make that throw if you're Hunter Carnes, but you said it trying to frame that pitch around the plate. When you have to jump up, make a throw down to a runner on base, it becomes more difficult to try and frame that ball and let the home plate umpire see if it's a strike or not.
4 steals in the last 2 games for Magpo. Those were 10 and 11 on the season for the center fielder. And now Cal Fisher. First pitch breaking ball, misses up at the letters for ball 1.
I think it's good for Baisley that he's facing a righty right here to get that platoon advantage back. Gatemen right now are playing all their infielders back, so ideally you get a ground ball here. I think that's the good news, double play possibility, but you got to be quick with your turn.
1-0. Chopped foul. Count even a ball and a strike.
And it's uncharacteristic of Baisley to walk 2 consecutive batters. I think having the batter on base played a factor in that walk to Lawson, but you figure more times than not, Baisley's going to be around the plate. That could yield Fisher putting it in play. The defense has got to be there, though.
Yeah, the free pass hasn't necessarily been Baisley's issue this season. It's kind of just been getting hard hit, but that plays into your point, Corey. He's around the plate. Some teams have just capitalized off of him. Ahead 1-2 on Fisher. He's 0 for 3 with a walk. Baisley delivers. Chopped foul. Fisher stays alive.
And he's got Fisher in a good spot right now ahead in the count. You can go a bunch of different ways with location and pitch mix. A strikeout certainly works. You're then an out away from getting out of the inning. It's not great that you have Sosa on deck. Be batting from the left side. But again, Baisley's been around the plate. Let's see if he can execute here.
Runner goes 1-2. Skied into left field and foul. Fisher's doing a nice job staying alive here with 2 strikes.
He is. He's gotten some pitches, again, around the zone from Baisley to stay alive, keep the at-bat going. If you're Baisley, can maybe you throw something just off the plate that's enticing enough for Fisher to swing at, but in the end, it moves far enough off the plate where he's not able to get the barrel of the bat to the baseball. Curious to see if Lawson takes off again here.
He stays put, 1-2, chopped over to short, could be 2. Flip over to second for 1. Long throw to first is not in time. Brewster plates 1 on the fielder's choice from Cal Fisher. It's 5-2 Whitecaps here in the 9th.
It got the job done. It looked initially like maybe Baisley just got exactly what he needed. Shane made a nice play, got the ball out of his glove, quickly delivered a strike to Gargett, standing at second. The nature of this ball, though, hit to the backhand side of Shane makes it a little bit more difficult because he's leaning back off of his back foot to throw that ball. the chopper too, just not hit hard enough right at someone to get that turn.
Yeah, he was playing a lot further up the middle than he was over on the left side of the infield. Alex Sosa takes a breaking ball downstairs for ball 1. And that makes things a lot more difficult now, Cory, because now you have to get 2 on for the tying run to come up to bat. The good news, if Carnes and McHugh get on, that would be Colby Turner. But still, not an easy task. You still have to get this last out. Over to Gargett, ranges on his knees, tosses over to first, and he gets the out. Gatemen give up 1 more, but Wareham is down to its final 3 outs here from Spillane Field. Catch the bottom of the 9th on Cape League TV.
Legacy Insurance has been servicing Wareham and the surrounding areas since 1980. Call Legacy Insurance for all your insurance needs at 508-295-1315. Legacy Insurance, your hometown agency.
Get ready for big results with our small machines. With more power, performance, comfort, and savings. They're ready for every job. And we're ready with plenty of inventory, the best support in the business, same-day parts availability, and locations across the Northeast. So you can always be ready to work. Milton Cat, always ready.
When it comes to protecting your home, car, or business, trust the team that's been covering our community for generations. For personalized coverage and service that you can count on, the choice is easy. It's Morse, of course. Visit morseins.com today.
Brady Lauk remains on the mound for Brewster. Hunter Carnes, Chris McHugh, Colby Turner. The 3 due up in the 9th for Wareham. Down by 3, it's a 5-2 Brewster lead. Second matchup of the season between the Whitecaps and the Gatemen. And Brewster is just 3 outs away from avenging the loss at Stony Brook Field earlier this season.
You need base runners, obviously, just to tie this game up at the very least, but Wareham has not really made it difficult on any of these bullpen arms because they haven't gotten guys on base against any of them. I mean, you haven't had a base runner since the 2nd inning, and it's just made things easy. Maybe it had a little bit to do with that, but listen, if you can get started here, won't matter if you can get some guys on base.
Oh, the good news is you have 3 straight righties up here. Carnes skies one into center field. Magpo drifts back over to his right, and he makes the grab. 1 pitch, 1 out here in the 9th for Lauk. And a quick first out. Gateman down to their final 2.
Carnes with some good contact right there. It's probably the hardest and loudest at baseball we've heard from Wareham the past number of innings. Just hit it right at Magpo. Tough break, but at least somewhat of a good sign that someone squared up a baseball.
Here's McHugh, had the single into left field back in the 1st. Since then, 2 groundouts. McHugh was 1 for 4 with a double against Kettleers. Walked and struck out on Sunday, part of that 16-9 win. Snapped a 5-game losing streak for Wareham. Up to 7-12 on the season. 1-0 misses high. Fastball at the letters, and McHugh quickly ahead 3 balls, no strikes.
Impressive at bat this far, a couple of close pitches, but McHugh recognizing the Gatemen need base runners, not coming out of his shoes to swing at those pitches. He's a pitch away from getting on.
3-0, misses high, and a 4-pitch walk from McHugh. That's the first of 2 base runners the Gatemen need to bring up the tying run to the dish.
And you said it, that insurance run, it nullifies this being the tying run up at the plate, but it's a good sign for the Gatemen, and certainly better to have a guy on base than not their first base runner since the 2nd inning. And it leads to this, a mound visit, because now all of a sudden it's not the same pressure-packed situation it would be if then Turner can reach, but It's a different look with a runner on at first as opposed to no one on base.
Gatemen have 4 hits. First 4 at-bats of the game. Then a sac fly.
That really is crazy.
Pop out from Colin Ritchie, and then Caden McDonald walked. He was the last batter up in the first. Hunter Carnes then misread a pass ball. How big does that look now looking back at it? Gargett was up to the plate. Breaking ball got by Sosa. Carnes thought he would be able to make it home. Caught in a jam. Either way, here's Colby Turner, hitless tonight. He's 0-for-2 with a sac fly. First pitch, fastball at the belt for strike 1.
It's just crazy that there were the first 4 hits and then all of a sudden none since. You tip your cap to the Whitecaps pitchers, but it's just sort of uncharacteristic of this Gateman team, especially off of Sunday's win, that the bats would go that quiet.
And it's tough to necessarily blame the rain delay, or the lightning delay, rather, because even before that, the Gatemen still had gone down in order following that walk from Gargett to start off the second. Turner's behind 0-2. Colin Ritchie on deck. Delivery and a foul off. And out of play, over into the bleachers behind first base.
And it's tough because when this game is tied, you're kind of asking your pitchers to be perfect because the game's tied. You don't want the go-ahead run to come in. And it was kind of a battle of pitchers in that sense, and the Whitecaps have won it thus far. But it's just tough because as a lineup, you kind of need to give those pitchers some help, and there's been nothing since the second inning, but chance to make amends for that right here.
0-2 to Turner. Big swing and a miss. He's down on strikes. Gateman down to their final out here in the 9th. It'll be Colin Ritchie coming up to bat.
Loke certainly gave Turner some challenge pitches in that at-bat, including a couple of fastballs, but he located them well, right at, if not above the belt. Tough for Turner to get to with the velocity. That's a big out given Turner's power and the bat he's been swinging the past 3-4 games, and now you got the lefty-on-lefty matchup.
First hitless game for Turner since June 28th against YD. 0-for-3 with a walk and a strikeout in that game. Since then, 1-for-3, 2-for-3, 2-for-4, and 4-for-5 with 2 homers and 7 RBIs. Tough break for the Gateman right fielder tonight. Now Ritchie fouls one back into the netting. It's 1-1.
We know that Ritchie has the power. Only 1 homer, but he connected on Sunday. 430-foot bomb, but right now it's just, if you get a good pitch, hit it. But trying to make sure you don't swing at anything off the plate, because when McDonald can get on, if you get on base, that changes everything.
1-1. Breaking ball misses in the dirt. McHugh advances to second in an easy 90 for him. Sosa doesn't throw down.
Because if Ritchie gets on, then, listen, it's not obviously a sure thing that McDonald would go yard, but the approach from Lauk, it's obviously you miss with 1 pitch, all of a sudden 1 swing, it changes everything. So that's the value of having those guys on base, is because the pitcher has to be ever so more perfect as opposed to right now where these 2 runs don't matter.
2-1. Big chop and fouled off of Ritchie's foot. Stumbles out of the box. It's 2-2.
So now you got to shorten up, protect. Anything close, try and get a piece of it. Make Lauk execute. Anything close, try and spoil it. If not, find a patch of grass, a hole to hit through, or at the very least, make him throw you a couple balls. Tough spot here.
Wareham down to its final strike. 2-2 count, Colin Ritchie. Runner on second. 5-2 lead for Brewster. Delivery home, big swing and a miss. 2 strikeouts in the 9th. And that ends tonight's contest. Brewster takes it 5-2 over Wareham. And the Gatemen quickly back in the losing column, dropped to 7-13 on the season.
This was a game from the get-go in the first inning where Wareham scored 2 early runs. It seemed like, okay, good, here we go. We're going to pick up off of that 16-run outburst over Katuitt on Sunday. And then that just didn't happen. You got the first 4 hits of the game in the first, and none since. It's just sort of uncharacteristic of a team that the hitting was capped off by that 16-run game over Katuitt. But as we've talked about the last 15 games, this is probably the best offense across the Cape. And, again, you give Brewster's pitchers some credit, but the bats for the Gatemen really just went cold after that first inning.
Since that first inning, just 2 base runners allowed, courtesy of 2 walks. A pretty flawless outing on the mound from innings 2 through 9 for the Whitecaps. And you're right, nothing you can really do at that point. You have to lock back in and get ready for tomorrow.
You do, and listen, we talked about the pitching, so I'm sure they buckled in the back half of this game, but again, I think it's unfair to ask them to remain perfect, especially when you're not doing anything on the offensive side. So you got to lock back in. I think if you're the Gateman, knowing that, listen, the hitting's still there, it's just it didn't come out and execute innings 2 through 9 tonight, but you're still a potent offense. The pitching, I think, did bounce back tonight. Obviously, it'll take the loss, but you still only allowed 4 hits, and it was a close game. You gave your offense a chance to win. So if you're the Gateman, I think recognizing that it seems like your pitching is there, your hitting's there, but can you execute on both sides of the ball all in one game?
Well, their next chance to do just that comes tomorrow at Orleans. A battle between the Gatemen and the Firebirds. First pitch from Eldridge Park is scheduled for 6:30. So a nice long drive for Cory, and I will meet you down there.
Yippee.
You can hear all of our coverage on Cape League TV and on YouTube. But for now, that concludes it for tonight. For our sideline reporter, Rayna Maggelet, our producers, Chuck Luarasi and Abby Smith, Cory Miller, I'm Josh Richardson saying so long and good night.